don't see on TV. The cash is real. The stakes are high. They bet big. They win big. They lose big. High stakes live action poker. Live at the bike. Watch it live on the web or play it if you dare at the Bicycle Casino right here in Los Angeles.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Poker Channel's first episode of Live at the Bike. My name is Bart Hansen and I am joined tonight by Shirley Rosario. Live at the Bike is a new poker program where every segment is filmed in real time and all the players that you see playing will be competing to win actual cash that they have on the table. Live at the Bike will be brought to you by the Bicycle Casino in Los Angeles, California. And over the next few weeks, you'll be seeing some of the top poker pros compete against famous entertainers and athletes, as well as regular players that want to compete and enter the action. All players will be competing for cold, hard cash. So sit back, relax, get ready for some high-stakes cash poker action. Tonight's game is a Texas Hold'em no-limit freeze-out. The buy-in is $5,000. So Shirley, we're going to go around and introduce some of the players tonight. Again, this is a $5,000 shootout, winner take all. The white chips are $100 chips, and the purple chips are $25 chips. This is a winner take all cash game shootout, so it's similar to a tournament. There is blind structures. The levels go up according to how long the levels are.
Which are 30 minutes.
Which are 30 minutes tonight. Mm-hmm. So let's go around and introduce the table.
Okay, in seat number 1, we have Jerry Buss. Yosh Nakano is in seat 2. Barry Wolves in seat 3.
Yeah, let's go.
We start now? Mohammed is in seat 4. Ken Berg is in seat 5. Chuck Pacheco's in seat 6. Don Zevin is in seat 7. And Mike LeBlanc is in seat 8. And Gabe Kaplan is in seat 9.
So we got a lot of heavy hitters there. We got Gabe Kaplan on the table that's won a lot of tournaments. Famous actor from
Welcome Back, Kotter.
Welcome Back, Kotter. Right. Jerry Buss, who of course is the owner of the Lakers. Ken Berg there in seat 5, who used to own the Kookaroo chicken chain. And Yosh Nakano, who is our big host here for the white chip mix game at the Bicycle Casino.
Okay, and in seat 4, what's his name?
Seat 4 is Mohammed. And actually, we'll get back to you. Actually,
we'll find out for sure.
Okay. So we're going to get into the first bit of action here. Now the blinds, we'll get to you. The blinds for the early round right here is $25.50. This is a tournament, we originally started it to be 10 players, but we have 14 players. So this is our spotlight table, Shirley, and we have 14 total players. And as players get knocked out of the other table, we'll see people come on.
Yeah, right,
this is a $300 raise, I believe, there by Mohammed in seat number 4.
Masood, there we go.
And it's actually Masood in seat 4. And Jerry Buss is in there, too. So it looks like Jerry led out here on the flop, and Masood, who was the original pre-flop raiser, raised. Jerry raised, bet 300. Masood raised, and look at that. Masood takes it down with ace-jack, some nice aggressive play there, as Jerry had the best hand. There was only one overcard on the flop, and Masood took it down. Of course, if you want to follow a live thread that is started on the internet, you can go to 2plus2.com, spelled out, click on forums, click on Tournament Poker, World Poker Tour, and other televised tournaments, and we are right there. Exciting stuff, Shirley, being on the Poker Channel.
Yes, it is.
Of course, on Live at the Bike, normally we do cash games. This is a tournament with cash chips. But over the next coming days, we're going to have some big cash games. $1,000 buy-in, $510 no limit, $2,500 min buy-in.
Minimum, right.
$20-40 no limit. Look at this. Yosh Nagano has flopped top 2 pairs. And Mike has bet 600. The pot was limped around, and it looked like Yosh checked here in early position, and Mike has bet in position with pocket sevens. And Yosh is going to make the check raise here with top two pairs. He's going to raise it up to 1,800 here. Everyone goes away. Jerry Buss goes away with pocket fives. Don in seat 7 goes away with ace-jack. And Mike's going to lay down the pocket sevens, and Yosh takes it down. Now, Yoshi Nagano here, of course, he is the white chip host. And he plays with Jerry Buss and Ken Berg quite a bit.
On a regular basis.
Now, Mike over there in seat 8, he plays the big no-limit game. So these guys really don't play with each other that much. Barry Wolves there in seat 3. I know there was some discussion earlier about some people thinking that Barry Greenstein was on the table. But actually, the announcement was it was Barry, and we were referring to Barry Wolves here.
Right.
So, again, you can see the second table over there in the background. And this is the spotlight table. It's a winner-take-all, $5,000 entry fee. Freeze out. Jerry Buss here, he was first to act, and he's limped here with an ace-4 offsuit from the button. A lot of people would raise from that spot, but he's going to just choose to limp, and we're going to see three-way action. 7-9-4. Yosh there, he's got top pair. He's got second pair with an overcard kicker, and it gets checked around. Now again, Jerry didn't bet with the ace-4. A 10 comes on the turn. And Yosh checks again, and Jerry's going to bet 200 into about a $300 pot, so the pot is now about 500. 200 to call. Look at that, pretty conservative there by Yosh. He's going to muck there, the 7, and Barry mucks, and Jerry Buss is going to take it down. So again here, we're using 25-50 blinds. The levels are a half an hour long. The next blinds will be 50 and 100, and we're using real cash chips on the table. And this is fun to see, Shirley, because we see a mix of high-limit cash game mix players that Yosh hosts, and we see some people that we're familiar from the high-limit, no-limit games.
Right, that Mohammed hosts.
Yep. And Mo, the host, is on the other table, and I'm sure that he's a good enough player where he'll make it probably on this spotlight table.
Yeah, he's familiar with a lot of these players.
Very, very surprised if he gets knocked out. This pot has been limped around here 5 ways. 6, 3, 7, rainbow. And Masood there, he's going to bet. He plays a lot of, he's a no-limit tournament specialist there in seat 4.
That's right.
And he's going to take it down. So we got a no-limit tournament specialist there in seat 4. We got Barry to his left, who is a high-limit, no-limit cash game player. Yosh, who of course is the host of the white chip game here. Jerry Buss, another high-limit cash game player. Ken Berg, the same thing. You got seat 1, seat 2, and seat 5 who know each other pretty well. Gabe Kaplan over there in seat 9, he knows those guys pretty well. And then you got a bunch of high-limit, no-limit players. You've got Don Zevin over there too, another pretty high-stakes poker player. So we've got a lot of big guns here on the show tonight. Looks like there was a $150 raise there by seat 6, Chuck. And the flop comes King 6-5. He's got top pair. And looks like he's betting. Looks like it was 225. The turn is a 7. So King Queen is still in the lead. It's a $450 bet. And look at this. Mike is going to, Chuck has got pocket deuces, and Mike has the best hand here with King Queen.
King Queen.
Yeah, sorry. So he has continuing to bet here with pocket deuces. And he's going to continue to bet, and it looks like Mike is probably going to call all the way down here with King Queen.
Yes.
And he takes it down. From the way the action was going there, Shirley was a little confused, but actually Mike had the King Queen, didn't ever made a raise, and Chuck kept leading with pocket deuces.
Mm-hmm.
Still not playing over there. Why don't you stop playing?
So Mike takes down a nice little pot there.
Waiting for everybody to get knocked out, then that table's just going to move over here.
And again, we're in the first level here.
There's the second table there.
Yep. There's the second table.
So I see Sal Patrick over there. And
Yep. Some of the high limit, no limit players. Oh, seat number 4 here. He's going to raise.
he has ace queen there.
Looks like it was about $250 on the button. A couple of limpers in front of him there, Shirley. And Barry's got a king-jack. It got folded back to him, and Masood's going to take it down there with the best hand with ace-queen. Again, he saw a couple of limpers in there for 50. It looks like he raised it up to 250, and he took down the limpers. Yoshi Nakano there, he's got an ace-jack offsuit.
He's going to bring it in for a raise there for $250.
And Masood is going to call him with a king-queen offsuit from seat 4. So we're looking at about a $575 pot here going to the flop. Ace-jack offsuit against king-queen. Ace-king 3. Yoshi's got top pair there in seat 2. Again, about a $575 pot. He's going to bet 500, a little bit under the size of the pot. And look at this, Masood's going to call him there with second pair. So now we get about a $1,500 pot here to the turn. The turn is a 10. Gives both players a gut shot straight draw. And Yoshi's going to check here. Masood checks right behind them. And the river is a 4 of spades. And Yosh has the best hand here in seat 2 with the ace-jack. It's up a $1,500 pot. And he's going to lead. He's going to bet $800 into a $1,500 pot, and it looks like Masood is probably going to pay him off here. It's a $2,300 pot now, $800 for Masood to call. Masudo's got second pair. Remember, it went check, check on the turn. And surely Masood's weighing through what possibly Yosh can make. Look at that. He thought he might have been bluffing. Yosh is going to take it down there with the ace-jack. And takes down a nice-sized pot for the first level. There's Gabe Kaplan. Again, he plays the mixed high-limit games here at the bike very, very often. He's quite an accomplished tournament player as well, Shirley.
Yes, he is.
Kind of been some discussion lately as to who is the best celebrity player. Well, I think by far, hands down, it's him. People say that, well, you know, Toby Maguire's won a tournament or two.
Yeah, I hear Toby Maguire a lot.
Yep. But he's been doing it for a long time. And looks like Barry brought this in for a raise with king-queen for $150. Mike's going to give a call here with pocket eights in the big blind. And Barry flops top pair. Let's see if Mike can get away from pocket eights. Mike bets $350 here. Deuce 3 king flop. And look at this. Mike makes a call. And Mike check blinds again on the turn. The turn is a 4 of hearts. Let's see if Barry pushes even more here with top pair. He's going to bet $700. If Mike makes this call, the pot's going to be over $2,000 to the river. And Mike's going to need to spike an 8 here. Let's see the river. Ooh, the river's a 7. And it goes check, check here. And Barry's going to take it down there with king-queen. There's some loose calls there out of position, Shirley, by Mike in the big blind.
Yeah.
I know there was only one overcard, but usually check calling is not going to be the best strategy. As we see a dealer change here. Of course, you can check out Shirley's website. Go to poker-babes.com. Nice biographical website on some of the top poker players.
All right.
Strategy analysis.
I think I need one on Gabe Kaplan. Actually, I definitely need to put one up on him.
It's always fun to watch some of the old World Series of poker shows where Gabe Kaplan is doing some of the commentary back
I
in
watched
the
some of
early
that.
90s.
Yeah, try to get even somewhere.
$175 raise here. And Mike's got pocket eights again. Queen, queen, three. Couple of clubs.
This time he actually has the best hand with the eights.
And Mike bets 400. Gabe has got a flush draw there to his immediate left in seat 9. He's going to muck the flush draw. He's in early position. He's got Barry next to act here with the ace-10. And these two have got a history, Barry and Mike, in the high no-limit game. They tend to go after each other a lot. And Barry's going to pick another time. Again, this is a tournament style, so, you know, your chips are a lot more precious, Shirley, in this type of event than it is in a cash game. Looking people up in a cash game when you can go right back into your pocket.
Uh-huh.
Everybody in?
Now stay tuned for big cash games here at Live at the Bike again in the near future. $1,000 minimum buy-in, 10, 20 blinds. $2,500 minimum buy-in, 20, 40 blinds, no limit. Of course, we are doing a
Raise, make it 250.
$5,000 shootout tonight. The white
Tonight's the
chips are
tournament.
$100 chips, and the purples are $25 chips. Barry brought this one in, looks like for about $250 with pocket 9s.
Two players.
He got cold called by seat 6, Chuck, with an ace-queen offsuit. And we're going to see a flop. 3-8 deuce, not a bad flop for pocket 9s. Barry's got an overpair. Chuck is in position, though. And Barry bets. He bets 350, and look at this. Chuck is going to raise. Looks like to 900. So, power of position there, Shirley.
Well, we'll see.
Chuck doesn't believe that Barry has anything. Barry's got an overpair here. And actually, the raise is to $1,200. Let's see what Barry does here. You would think the move would be either to re-raise here or fold. I don't necessarily know
Not a
about
call.
calling. And he's really stuck in a spot here. What possibly could Chuck have called? Did he smooth call with an overpair to his 9s? Did he flop a set? And look at this. Barry makes the call. So the pot is now about $2,900 to the turn.
Two players.
The turn is an ace, and that's a great card for Chuck as he picks up top pair. Players look like they have got about probably 2,000 to 3,000 in front of them. Action's on Barry.
This is a congenial table.
And Barry's going to continue to lead here with the ace.
If he had used those chips on the last street with the raise, he might
Yeah.
have been actually won his hand.
And he's going to bet 1,000 into about a $3,000 pot. So the pot is now $4,000, $1,000 for Chuck to call. Chuck's going to go over the top all in here. Let's see how much more it is. Well, Barry's going to muck, so it doesn't really even matter. And I think that Barry kind of outplayed himself a little bit there, Shirley, like you
think
said.
so.
I mean, look at the texture of that flop. There aren't a lot of draws out there, unless you think the guy might have smooth called with a deuce 3
Right.
or pocket 8s, and the fact that, a lot of people would just cold call in that spot with pocket 8s.
Right, on the flop.
I think my 9s would have been good. Now, again, this is a
You know
tournament.
that a raise, I mean, they would have re-raised with 10s, jacks, queens, kings, races, an overpair.
Right.
That would have beat you, so
Right.
put the re-raise in there.
I mean, it's almost a situation where you might want to commit your chips there. And if the guy's got pocket 10s, oh well. If he's flopped a set, oh well. I can't really give him credit for 2 pair. And maybe he had something like 4 or 5. But if he's got a draw, I'm going to make him pay for it. 4-way action here to the flop. It's been limped around. 8, deuce, 6.
Flip to you, player.
Couple of hearts.
It's like the pair of threes are the best hand at the moment.
Looks like it. And Chuck actually led out here. Seat 6 led out. Seat 6 led out for, I think, about 250. And Gabe Kaplan raised with bottom pair for 600. And he's going to take it down.
Gabe has 2 pair. I
Oh,
missed that.
yeah, he missed. He made actually up and down. Look at that. Deuce 8. Made
Top and bottom.
Top and bottom. So he had quite a powerful hand there.
I'll tell you what I had. 8s and deuces. Yeah. 8, 6 deuce. I had 8s and deuces. You believe that?
So Chuck there, boy, he made a good amount of money off of Barry earlier on there, and he's got to be at least 5,000 or 6,000. He's almost doubled up over there in seat 6. We'll be giving everyone periodic chip counts as the night goes on. We're going to see 4-way action here, limped around. $200 pot, ace, king, 7, rainbow. Barry's got a king over there in seat 3. He has the best hand. It gets checked around. The turn is a 6 of hearts. Now Barry's got second pair and a flush draw. And look at this, though. Yoshi's going to lead out with a 6. He's going to bet $200 in early position in seat 2. And Barry's going to smooth call with the king 5 of hearts. And Jerry's in there with a smaller flush draw with jack 4. Let's see the river. The river's a 3. And Barry has the best hand here in seat 3. Let's see what Yosh does. He was the better on the turn. He's going to check it. Wow, Barry's going to throw a little bet out there. He's going to bet about $300. Wow, such a small bet, but look at that. Yosh gets away from it compared to the size of the pot, and Barry takes it down.
Now, I believe that all these players started dollar for their buy-in. So each player started with 5,000 in chips.
That's right.
No. Two.
Yosh is going to raise here to $200, 4 times the big blind. He's got a gap-suited connector, 7-9 of spades.
But he is in the cutoff. That's actually my favorite raising position.
Absolutely.
It's not the obvious.
Buy yourself the button.
Right.
Right. Buy yourself the button, and of course, it's blind and anti-stealing are very, very important in a no-limit tournament.
Right. As of now, we don't have the antes, but it will come into play later.
Right. Pocket 5s here for Lakers owner Jerry Buss in seat 1. He's going to limp in there. Jerry told me in a pre-interview today that he was going to play very, very conservative in the first few levels. So Jerry is in there with pocket 5s, and he's against Ken Berg there in seat 5. Ken has got 6-3 offsuit. He got a free ride. Well, he completed the small blind, or he got a free ride in the big blind there. Goes check, check on the flop. 9, jack, 10.
Looks like he's in the small blind, Bart.
And the turn is an 8. So maybe he did complete.
He called from the small blind.
Huh.
Because
Because couldn't quite see why the big blind wasn't in there then, because it didn't look like Jerry had raised.
Lines, please. Big blinds.
So, again, a lot of the players said that they were going to feel each other out. And, again, I think this is a great game because it's a contrast of what we see at Live at the Bike. It's a combination of high-limit white chip players against high-limit, no-limit players.
Right.
And I don't know if these two sides have clashed before.
And they're playing tournament, which is totally different than playing a live action.
Right. Seat number 4 there, he's raised. He's got an ace-queen offsuit. Looks like Barry has called with 5-3 suited. And the flop comes king 10-9. Barry's got a flush draw. So he's checked. Masood has bet $200 here. Masood's got a gut shot. He also has the ace of clubs. No, Barry's going to lay it down. That's very, very conservative, Shirley. And Masood takes it down. You wonder if you're going to play 5-3 suited in that position and then call a pre-flop raise. What are you really looking for?
Well, I mean, you're
trying to pick up a draw,
hit a big flop, and you could get a lot of chips if you called a small bet right there.
Yeah, definitely.
I'll just have to gamble faster now.
Three-way action here, limped around. $150 pot to the flop. 6-6-4, a couple of hearts. Gets checked around. The turn is the king of hearts.
Talking to me?
He's betting on his gut shot, which is
Seat
always one of my
4
favorite moves.
is going to bet.
And he picks up the pot.
With deuce 5 with the gut shot, like you said, and he picks up the pot. Semi-bluff.
On those ragged boards like the 6-6-4, had he done that on the flop, a lot of times you just pick up the pot.
Of course, a semi-bluff is a bet that you're making right now. You don't necessarily have the best hand, but with a combination of other people folding and you possibly making the best hand on the river makes it a powerful play.
Right.
So you played the first hand, second hand.
Ken Berg is going to make a raise here out of seat 5.
For $175.
He's got queen jack offsuit, and he's going to take down the blinds. Very, very tight table so far.
At least you got some action going on.
Blind should be going up pretty soon, maybe in 5 minutes.
Who do you think's the tighter player?
Again, the blind size will go up to 5,100.
And we have a raise there to 150.
By seat number 3. And that's Barry. He's going to bring it in with a suited connector, 8-9 of spades, and it looks like he's going to take the blinds down. Shirley, we had mentioned to some people earlier that Mendham Master might bet on the show. He was scheduled to be on the show. We mentioned this on 2+2.
And I did see him today.
But he was still in the tournament at Legends. Of course, we're doing Legends of Poker all this month. And I guess he was conditionally going to come on the show if he was out of the tournament.
And he's still in the stud high-low.
He told me that he would have loved to play in this tournament. In this single table, it actually probably would have been more fun for him. But he said he was the chip leader at the start of Live at the Bike.
When this started.
175.
Ken Berg's going to bring this one in for 175. He's got ace-queen offsuit. And Masood is going to make the call. And we're going to see a flop. And so is Mike. Wow, Jack, Jack 7. Trip jacks for Mike. And he's going to check it in position. It goes check, check, check. A deuce of diamonds comes on the turn. Let's see if Masood might bet at it. No, but Ken Berg is. He's going to bet 250 here. And Mike is going to raise it now. He's going to make it 800 total.
700. So it's 450 more back to Ken.
So Mike checked in position. Again, these two don't usually play against each other, and Ken Berg is going to take it down.
Ace queen.
Yeah, he asked what would Gabe do, and folded his hand.
Okay, first place made 50,000, second 25,000, third is $10,000.
There are the announcements there. First place is 50,000. Second place is 25.
25.
And third is 10. Pocket kings there for Jerry Buss. He's on the button.
225.
And Gabe Kaplan, he's going to race to 225 with 8-6 of clubs. Let's see what Jerry Buss does. Ooh, he's going to play it. He's going to play it tricky. He's going
just gonna
to looks
call.
like he smooth calls here from the button. And Masood's going to come in with a suited connector. So we got about a about a $700 pot here to the flop. Jerry chose not to re-raise pre-flop. And here we go. Oh, top set of kings. King, deuce, queen. Jerry's got top set here. Let's see if Gabe fires at it. Again, the pot's $700 here, Shirley. Oh, Gabe's going to check. Let's see what Jerry does. Jerry's going to bet. He's not going to slow play. He's going to bet $450 into about a $700 pot. And unfortunately for Jerry, doesn't look like anyone can call here.
No.
Gabe is putting on his welcome back Cotter acting method there, and I can't imagine that he's
gonna fold, right?
He's gonna call here. Hollywood for Mr. Hollywood there, and he mucks. Jerry takes it down.
Well, Jerry slow played that as much as he could, probably.
Well, he chose not to re-raise pre-flop, which is a strategy that a lot of top poker players use, specifically Phil Hellmuth, kind of like, especially in a tournament, well, my kings can be broken by ace-deuce. So, maybe I want to see the flop before I commit a lot of chips.
Right. There is the most recent chip counts for the hour.
There is the live at the bike chip count. Looks like Yosh there in seat 2 is leading with about $6,800.
25.
Chuck's got about $5,800 down there. And Jerry Buss, well, he just increased his chip stack. He's probably more up to maybe 4,000. So it
After that last hand.
looks like Gabe Kaplan is on the short stack. He's probably only got about 2,400 now in seat 9. And it looked like seat number 8 raised to 225. He got smooth called. And seat number 4 is going to re-raise. He's got pocket 10s. So the pot is now $1,500. All players call. King, queen, 5. Not a good flop for pocket 10s. Remember, Masood in seat 4 had pocket 10s. Looked like he had re-raised.
But the king 10 here has the best hand. He's contemplating how much to bet. And we did hear the buzzer, so the limits will go up after this hand.
Gets checked to Don here. He's got king 10, and he's going to bet.
900.
He's going to bet 900. Action is to his immediate left. That's Mike with the ace-8. He mucks. And Masood gets away from pocket 10s. And Don takes it down.
Thank you.
Okay, now 5,100.
Blinds are up, 5,100.
Okay, so the blinds are 5,100 now.
Levels are going up, and they're going to be going up every half an hour throughout this tournament.
Raise, make it 3.
Again, this is the spotlight table. We do have another table that's a portion of this tournament. Chuck there in seat 6, he's raised to 300. He's got a queen 10 offsuit, and he's going to get called in 3 spots. So the pot is now $1,200 to the flop. Ace 3-3. Someone's in there with pocket 7s. It's Yosh. Masood's got pocket deuces. Look at this. Yosh is going to he's going to bet here.
He's betting 700.
So it got checked to Yosh, and he bet 700. Chuck did not fire at that. as he raised from early position with the queen 10. Jerry's got a king queen. He's not going to take it. And pretty gutsy bet there by Yosh, betting into a field of
Three other
people there with
right.
the ace. And he wanted to see where he was at with his pocket sevens, and he takes it down. Aggressive play there by Yosh.
Well, he did have the best hand.
You know, Yosh is one of the most successful high-limit cash players
Right.
as he hosts the big game that goes almost on a daily basis here at the Bicycle Casino.
Four play.
King 8-8, four-way action. Looked like Barry was the raiser there out of seat 3, I believe. But Yosh is going to fire here. Yosh and Barry have both the same hand. They both have king queen. And Yosh is betting $1,000. The pre-flop raise was $325. And Barry looks like he's going to smooth call there. Wow, dangerous. Surprised maybe he's going to try to figure out if someone has an 8 behind him. He chooses not to raise. So now the pot is about $3,200 to the turn. We're heads up. Both players have the same hand, and it's going to be a chop pot.
Unless one can get the other off the hand.
That's right. The turn is a jack of clubs. Again, it's about a $3,000 pot now. This is great contrast. Again, Yosh and Barry do not play with each other. And Yosh is going to make the check here. And if Barry can show some strength in position, Yosh being a conservative player, he might lay it down, maybe thinking that Barry is maybe sandbagging an 8. And look at this, he checked behind him, Shirley. He chose not to bet. He checked behind him. Now both players have 8s full of kings. And now Yosh is going to make a bet here.
And guaranteed he'll get a call here. He's betting $2,000.
He's betting $2,000. And boy, Barry, he really put himself in a tough spot here. He's going to make a call, but boy, he almost put himself in a world of hurt there, Shirley. Surprised he didn't bet the turn.
Right.
Really am surprised he didn't bet the turn. And let's chop it up. Of course, in Texas Hold'em, you play the best 5 cards in your hand in any combination. Both players hold the same combination. They both have a full house, 8s full of kings.
Kings, same hand.
Yep.
Big blind play.
So again, we are doing a $5,000 no-limit hold'em, freeze out. We're currently on 5,100 blinds. The blinds go up every half an hour. And we've got a great combination of players here. Famous players like Jerry Buss, Gabe Kaplan, Yosh Nagano, Don Zevin. Some high-limit, regular no-limit players here at the table, like Mike in seat 8 there. Barry Wolves in seat 3. No-limit tournament specialist in seat 4, Masood. We're going to see a flop here. 4, 9, 8, couple of hearts. It was raised pre-flop to 200 by Ken Berg in seat 5, I believe, with the ace-queen offsuit. So we're looking at about a $600 pot. And Don is going to lead out with top pair with ace-9. And Masood has raised. He's raised it to 11. And if I'm correct, Shirley, and Masood was not the pre-flop raiser, you know, Don must think that his hand is good if Masood had just limped in pre-flop there. So Masood is raised to 1,200. And looks like Don's going to make the call there, so he's in the lead. It's about approaching a $3,000 pot. The turn is a 6. And that gives Masood an open-ended straight draw
Gives him
now with
more
the pair.
outs here.
Yep.
Any 7, 5, or 10 will give him the best hand.
Mm-hmm. And Masood might have been the pre-flop raiser there, so Don might give him credit for an overpair. Oh, it goes check, check here on the turn.
Ooh.
And the river is a 7. It brings a 1 card straight to the board, but
But it's
Masood has
beautiful.
got a set. He's made 3 7s on the river. You wonder if anyone's even going to bet here. It gets checked down, Shirley.
He's not going to.
And Masood had caught his, caught some of,
His
his
miracle
out there
card,
on the
yeah.
river. He had an open-ended straight draw, but he caught the 2-outer for the 7. He could have picked up a 5 or a 10 to take down the best hand. And again, I believe that Masood may have been the pre-flop raiser there. So that's why Don kind of played that passively, because you got to think, if you've got ace-9 and Masood had just limped pre-flop, you might think you might throw in a re-raise there on the flop.
Right.
It's going to get limped around here. Deuce 7 queen. Barry there in seat 3. He's got top pair. And Mike in seat 8. He chose not to raise with pocket 9s. And Chuck has called here. Barry bet on the flop. Chuck called with second pair. And now Barry checks. And you got to think, if Chuck made the call on the flop, he was probably setting up some sort of move here on the
if
turn.
diamond comes.
And he's bet 500 here, and he might get Barry off the hand, thinking that he was on a flush draw.
I don't think so.
Well, we'll see. And he's going to make the call. Pot's about $1,800 here to the river. The river is an 8. Maybe Barry might want to throw one of those stop bets in here, Shirley. Oh, look at this. Chuck checks
Check.
right behind him. Barry checks, and I believe Chuck checked right behind him.
Yes, he did.
So Barry's going to take it down there with Queen 10. Chuck chose not to fire at it on the river. Sometimes players get a little bit, they tend to give up. You got to almost
Freeze
give the
the
guy
break.
credit for a queen if he called on the turn.
But he did call reluctantly.
And
so
you wonder-
I think
you-
if he threw in a big bet
Yeah, you
there,
wonder if you threw in a pretty good-sized bet there on the river, if you might have
He
been
might
able
have
to
been
get him
able
off
to
the
take it,
hands. Yeah. That's why I was thinking sometimes, Shirley, you throw one of those defensive bets in.
Right, just as much as you want to call,
Wanna
like
call.
something like $500. It's not going
Right.
to cost you too much.
Or maybe even in that case, if the pot was 1,800, maybe something like 800 or 900
Right.
on the river.
Five players.
We're going to see 5-way action here. It was limped around. 10, 9, 3, 2 hearts. Don's got an open-ended straight draw there in seat 7, but Masood, he's bet with a gut shot out of seat 4 with 6, 7. Gut
Bet
shot to the 8.
275.
Don's going to make the call there with the open-ender on the button. Mike's got second pair in early position. Wow, he's going to check raise here with 4-9 offsuit.
that's bold.
He's check raising to 800 straight,
525 to call.
and it's 525 more to call. Masood just betting on the come there on the gut shot. He's probably going to get away from the hand, I would imagine. The question is probably going to come around to Don there in seat 7. Masood mucks. It's 575 more. The pot, I believe, is about 1,300, 575 to call. And Mike is going to make the call, so the pot is now about a little over 1,800. The turn is a jack,
That
and
gives
that's
Don
the
the
straight
straight.
card. And Mike checks. And Don has got the bottom end of the straight there. And look at this, he moves all in, and I was going to say, Shirley, he's got a vulnerable straight,
Yes.
as obviously a queen or an 8 could come that would give anybody,
A
a
straight.
higher straight, and he moves all in and he takes it down. What a great hand. Haven't seen a lot of Don there tonight. Seems to have played pretty solidly. And Shirley, I think I'm getting confirmation that first prize is actually $35,000 tonight.
Okay, we're hearing 50,000. It seems like the prize pool's 70,000. So maybe we have more than 14 entries.
Oh.
We'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out. We had 17 entries tonight.
That,
wow.
now
there
it adds
go.
up.
Yep.
Are you like a basketball fan? Do you follow basketball?
We had a few more before we started, because last I checked, there were 14.
So more people came on after we started the
came
show.
in here. Mhm.
Yeah. So this is going to be quite a night. A lot of
Do you
poker.
have a personal interest in the NBA?
Oh, we've got some big hands here. Barry's going to make it 300 to go with ace-jack suited.
Follow lacrosse.
Masood has re-raised out of seat 4 with pocket queens. And Ken Berg, he's got an ace-king offsuit. So a raise and a re-raise. What does Ken Berg do? It's at $900 to call. And I can see, Shirley, that one of the aces is dead, obviously, from the ace-jack. And there's another ace dead, and there's another king dead. So
Right.
Ken is not in good shape. He makes the call. Gabe
No.
Kaplan's got, it looks like, a suited ace-7. I'm sure he's going to
He's
leave.
done.
Jerry Bussell's got queen-9 of hearts. He's going to muck. Yosha's got a garbage hand. He mucks. And let's see what Barry does. Barry's just got ace-jack suited. He's on a position, but he
He's gonna
calls
make the
to a
call.
re-raise and a call in between.
Yes.
So we're going to see a flop. $2,800 pot to the flop. 7-5-7. Not a bad flop for pocket queens. You wonder if he's going to really push hard here.
I would imagine so. Not too much. Looks.
He's going to bet $1,100 into a $2,800 pot, but it doesn't look like anyone's going to call.
No.
And Masood is going to take it down.
We had 2-5.
Now Kim showed a lot of restraint. I know a lot of players would have moved in there
Even in
He's,
in the second level?
with the ace king.
Really?
I think a lot of players would.
Well,
I'm not saying
mean,
that
we're-
I would or it's the correct play.
we're-
I'm just
we're
saying a
only in
lot
the-
of players would, and he
obviously-
saved himself a lot of chips by just flat calling there. And
obviously
seeing the
we're
flop.
only, in the second level, and I think, there's a difference between re-raising all into a raiser as opposed to a raiser and a re-raiser. Now, that's a big difference. We're getting word, Shirley, that the players are going to take a break every 3 levels.
Mhm.
So... Yosha's going to raise here. He's got queen 7
From the
offsuit. He's
small
going to
blind,
steal the
big
big
guy.
blind. Yep. And tonight's show is probably going to go on for quite a while. Quite a
looks
while
like it,
past
yes.
our normal scheduled 10 o'clock hour. Again, we are at the $50, $100 level, the second level. The levels go up every half an hour. We have 15 minutes left in this level. Masood there in seat 4. He's in the big blind. Yoja's going to raise it up here to 350. He's got an ace-9 offsuit. And Masood's got king-queen suited. And he's going to make the call. So we're heads up, ace-9 against king-queen. Ooh, ace-queen 9. Yosha's flopped up and down. Masood's got
Top
second pair. And Yosh bets 500, and Masood makes the call. We saw him get involved earlier with the second pair, calling all the way down. The turn is the 7 of clubs. It's a $1,600 pot now. And he's going to bet about the size of the pot. He's betting $1,500.
And Masood will lay it down now.
Well, you would think.
Yeah. Well, on the flop, he makes it really
Whoa,
quick
how
call.
about this, though, Shirley?
I will be really surprised.
The pot is now about $3,100, $1,500 to call. Remember, Yosh made a bet from the blind position, so maybe Masood thinks he's on a steal and he doesn't have an ace.
That's what I'm thinking, but I think he did that really fast call on the flop and then was going to see if Yosh was going to continue on the turn. If he doesn't continue, Masood knows he has the best hand.
Well, how about this? He's going to make the call.
Call.
Wow, $4,500 pot to the river. River's a 4 clubs.
And Masood checked blind there.
And Yosh is he going to make a little value bet in here with 2 pairs? He's got a pretty strong hand. It's a $4,500 pot. And he is. He looks like he's going to bet about 2,000 there. And boy, Masood is in a world of hurt right now.
Yes, he is. I guess he just does not believe Yosh.
Well, Yosh continues to bet. You would think, well, maybe someone with an ace would just check it down at that point, but Yosh has got 2 pairs. He's got aces up.
Right.
So he's going to make a value bet. $6,500 pot. Oh, look at this. Masood makes the call, and Yosh takes down the biggest pot so far of the night, about an $8,500 pot. So he makes about $4,250 or $4,200 off of Masood there in seat 4.
Yosh just sets up these tournaments so he can play in them. It's just unbelievable. Everybody flocks and plays. Just like we got a chance against a professional.
Gabe's doing some of his own commentating
is.
over there in seat 9. Well, I love the bet there at the end, Shirley. I mean, it's a nice value bet.
Yeah, I didn't think he was going to get the call, but it really worked out for him.
I mean, it looked like Masood was real. I mean, you'd think maybe he had a weak ace. I wouldn't think that he just would call all that money with the king. I'd put him on a weak ace.
Right, second pair.
Yeah. $250 raise there by Don in seat 7, and he's going to
That's
take it
enough to
down.
pick it up.
He had ace 10 offsuit.
Big blind play. Oh, sorry.
Nobody wants to get knocked out. Everybody wants to stay.
Again, if you want to post up on a live thread that started every night, go to 2plus2.com, click on forums, click on tournament poker, World Poker Tour and other televised tournaments, and we are right there.
Get to wear the yellow jersey around the bicycle club for a day.
Option. Time.
Looks like a limped pot here.
4 players.
4-way action. $300 bet here by Chuck with Queen 4. And he's going to take it down, it looks like. Not really all that familiar with Chuck there in seat 6. Shirley. Of course,
No, me neither.
there's always unknowns at tournament tables.
Yeah,
And,
well, he's not an unknown. I've seen him, but I'm not familiar with his play.
Right.
I haven't sat
unknown
at
to
a
us
table
at
with
least.
him.
Right.
Mhm.
Heads up here. Looks like the small blind
Small
just
and big
completed.
blind.
Small blind did not raise with the ace. And look at this. I believe he's checked. And Don checks right behind him. And look at this.
Wow, he
Another
makes a-
ace comes on the turn. He's checked it again. Don's not going to fall for
He's
it.
not going to bite. No.
Nope. And look at this. He's going to bet 200, and Don can't even call.
No.
Well, the board plays there for Don. And he shows the ace. A little bit difficult to put somebody on there on an ace there. You'd think that the small blind would have raised.
Normally they would raise.
Yeah. Again, welcome everyone to the Poker Channel's first episode of Live at the Bike. Live at the Bike, of course, is a new poker program where every segment is filmed in real time. And all the players you see playing will walk away only with the actual cash that they have on the table, Shirley, just like a home game, or
Right.
just like any other cash game that is spread in a casino. Yosha's going to raise here. He's going to make it 400. He's got pocket queens in seat 2. Barry's got a suited ace, ace 8 of diamonds in seat 3. He's going to make the call. Masood, he's got an ace jack off suit. Looks like he's going to make the call. Of course, 2 of the aces are dead now, Shirley. Don's got pocket 6s. He's in there. And we're going to see a $1,600 pot. To the flop. Oh, look at this 8-9 jack. Boy, I think Masood's going to be in a world of hurt here. Barry's got a piece of it with the ace 8, too. Yosha's going to bet 2,000. Pot is now 3,600. Kind of the difficulty sometimes of playing ace jack here. You'd think that Masood, if he's on the short chip, he's going to move all in, and that's
Yes, he
exactly
is.
what he's going to do. Looks like for only another 500. Yeah, so I would assume that Yosh is going to make an instant call. It's only 400 Mar. And Yosh is going to make the
Yes.
call. So Masuda's got an overcard.
He needs a jack or an ace
Yeah, or some sort of running straight possibility.
to chop.
They turn over the hands. Pocket queens against ace jack.
Because it's a tournament, is that right, Donna? Okay, then I'm not worried about it. You guys are
Turn is a 5. River is a 3 of clubs. Masood there had the ace jack. And Yosh takes it down with pocket queens.
I was only going with the players. Thank you, players.
Yosh, out of here. You share the deck, Yosh?
Blinds are 50, 100. Hold them, that's it. No one about dropping it on the floor. I'll take care of dropping everything.
Looks like we probably only have about 5 more minutes left
On this level.
in this level.
I don't think you want to make 3 queens in that spot.
Yeah, I agree. All right, 1 down, 16 to go. Want to chop the Yosh?
So we see our first casualty, Shirley, and it's Masood in seat 4. Ken Berg is kind of straddled over there.
He moved over to that seat there.
Yep. And Yosh, he's got 13,000 chips in seat 2, and he's by far the biggest chip leader.
I think he also has these chips
He's got
from
16,000.
Masood. Yeah,
16,000,
he won
yeah.
Masood's 3,000, so
Yeah.
he now has 16.
Yeah.
See you in a couple hours.
Pocket aces there for Chuck in seat 6. First time we've seen it tonight.
Yes, it is.
He's going to make it 450 to go. And unfortunately, he's not going to be able to get called.
What a waste.
Yep. Geez, Jerry Buss, man. Call him Mr. Tight. Mr. Squeaky Tight, you know. He's, I hear that that's his strategy a lot of times in tournaments, though, too. He's made it quite far, and I believe he's won
made-
one of the tournaments,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. He won one here.
Yeah.
That's I know. Yeah, he's got it.
Mike here, we haven't heard from him in a bit. He's going to make 250 out of seat 8. He's got an ace rag offsuit, ace 6 offsuit. Gabe Claplin's got pocket 4s. He's going to smooth call. A lot of people might re-raise in that spot on the button, but he smooth calls. Yosha's got an ace 10 offsuit, and it looks like he's game too.
Yeah, he'll probably. Oh, there we go. There's the
Oh, how
raise.
about the re-raise here out with ace 10? He's got the big chips. He's got the right, Shirley. I'm
And
sure
he makes
Mike's
a
going to...
nice hefty raise there.
Yeah. Mike's going to leave. And it's probably a little bit too much for pocket 4s to stay in there.
Well, it's too much to call. I mean, he can either move in. It's
Yeah.
move in or fold here.
Yeah. I'd imagine that Gabe is most likely going to fold. You know, we talk about this a lot, Shirley. We talk about you got to put your player on a range of hands, and, at best, you're really hoping that you might be a slight favorite. And if he's got an overpair, you're a 4-1 dog. So,
You're in a lot of trouble.
if you think maybe 50% of the time the guy has 2 overs, but the other 50% of the time you're a 4-1 dog, you multiply those two numbers together and you really can't make that call.
Right.
Another one?
As your pocket pairs go up, something like pocket 8s or pocket 9s, now you can take into consideration that you might be a 4-1 favorite over some hands.
Yosh.
But probably not with pocket
On
4s.
the table. We want to trade him for Mo or Patrick.
5-way action here, limped around. 7-9 king, couple of spades. Gabe is going to bet $450. He's got a gut shot there to Jack. And I don't think anyone can call. And look at this. Barry makes the call. He's got he had the open-ended straight draw. He calls with a 2 flush on board. Gabe continues to bet. He's going to bet $1,500.
And he only has queen high, but he does have the best hand.
Yeah. It's really draw against draw, and he takes it down.
Yep, there you go.
I didn't want you to get whatever it was you were looking for.
And the rabbit cam showed that it was a deuce, so neither player was going to make their straight, and Gabe's hand would have been best on the river.
Pretty soon, I'm sure that we're going to enter level 3. Couple more minutes, 1 or 2 more hands. Flop is an ace-7 king, all
Yosh
spades.
hits 2 pair here.
Yosh there in seat 2. He's got king-7. And it goes check-check. He
Check
didn't
all the
bet
way
there from the
around.
button. Wow, now he's filled up on the turn as 7 of clubs comes. A little surprising he didn't bet there in position.
Oh, yeah, with 3 spades on the board.
And now Gabe is going to fire at it. He's going to bet $350. And Yosh just calls, maybe hoping that he can get somebody else to call behind him with a high spade. Deuce of clubs comes on the river. And you got to think maybe Gabe might give up, or he might. No, he's going to check. And now Yosh is going to bet. Again, deuce of clubs on the river.
Betting $1,500.
He bets
here and takes the
$1,500 and he
call.
doesn't call. Yosh is going to limp in here. He's got king 10 offsuit, and Yosh is really in control of the table now.
Look at his chips there.
Yep. Ken Berg is going to come in with a queen 7 in the small blind, it looks like. We have 4-way action. 3-4 jack, couple of hearts. Mike has got Gabe has got a flush draw over there. And it looks like he bet.
He picks up the pot, and
he
that
picks
was
up the
the last
pot.
hand at this level.
And that was the last hand on this level, so blinds are going up.
It'll be 100 and 200. $100 small blind, $200 big blind.
So Shirley, with Legends in town, over the next couple of weeks, we're going to see a combination of some of the top poker pros playing against some famous entertainers and athletes.
Yes.
And, you know, some regular players mixed in there, as we have quite the combination there tonight. It's going to be very exciting. Pocket queens here for Mr. Bus in seat 1. And he's going to raise. He makes it 400 to go.
Is he raising 400? It's, the blind's 200, and Jerry made it 6 total. He raised 400.
So looked like Don there raised.
It's enough to pick up the pot there.
Yep. So there was a raise there by Don. and re-raise by
No.
Jerry.
No. Don was a big blind 200,
Okay.
and Jerry raised 400 for a total of 600. Okay, we have a limp there. Seat 4 is limped around.
Yep, Ken Berg limped in there with 7-9 of spades, and it's going to get limped around here. $600 pot. King, Jack, 4. Couple of hearts. Gets checked around. The turn is another Jack. That gives Mike in seat 8 trips. And he's going to bet. He's going to bet 400, and he's going to take it down.
Gabe Kaplan now is the big blind.
He is.
Seat
They're in
9.
seat 9. 100, 200 blinds. The white chips are $100. The purples are $25. Ken Berg's got a king jack of diamonds. Look at this. He's going to move all in on kind of the short stack. Gabe Kaplan, we can see there, he's got one king.
2-1 against having ace king.
He does have a king.
Oh, he's got king deuce, and he's not going to play. And Ken Berg there looks to have
Would you want me to call
a little under 3. Oh, wow. Well, maybe about 2 to 2,500.
About 25,
That's
I
a
think.
lot to push in there with 100, 200 blinds. Well, he's got a little over 10 times the big blind. I guess he didn't really want to see a flop there. He didn't have an ace.
No, not really.
Yeah. So he takes down about $300 there.
Pocket kings there.
Pocket kings for Chuck in seat 6.
It's the same player who had the aces, right? I think he's the one with
Yep. He's going to raise it to 600. Jerry Buss is in the big blind with king jack offsuit. Gabe Kaplan's got an ace jack offsuit in the small blind. And he's thinking about making the call.
Might do more than make the call here. Looks like he might be getting out some raising chips.
Well, he's
Kind
thinking
of
about
eyeing
it.
him.
He's going to call. Oh,
No.
look at this. No, he comes over the top,
I
all
thought he-
in.
he said all
wow,
in,
and he's
yeah.
in big trouble. Chuck, I'm sure, is going to call instantly with pocket kings. And look at this. We can see that Jerry's got one of Gabe's jacks if he caught a couple of jacks.
He also has one of Chuck's kings. And
Yep. Couldn't tell. It didn't look like anyone had an ace. It looks like all the aces are live.
he is
And
calling.
Gabe is in big trouble.
Well, I mean, he's only a 3-1 dog. He's not in as bad shape as
Well,
you might think.
he's got one overcard. Let's see the flop. Flop is all hearts. Gabe has got the ace of hearts in his hand. The 9 of
The
clubs
deuce
comes on the
any
turn.
heart.
Oh, and a 4 on the river. And he could have caught a deuce, a heart, or an ace there. A ton of outs he had. Boy, what a bad flop for pocket kings. Chuck did have the king of hearts in his hand there, so that kind of took one of the outs away. But that's gonna. Gabe is busted.
Well, we don't know that. They're counting out the chips,
It-
and Gabe might be left with just a few
Well,
to stay in the game.
I thought that Chuck had more.
Well,
Let's see.
you were incorrect there.
He's got 3. Yeah, he's got
He
about
has
3
a
or 4
few
more
chips.
purples.
It looks like 6. Oh, more than 6. What does he have? $725. He has $200 in front of him.
Got 8 chips in front of him. Wow. And boy, what a hand there. And that's just one of those times when maybe he thought that Chuck was making a steal. And, you know, you make that move, you re-raise, you hope to pick up the razor because it's very, very difficult for the razor to call with anything I mean, a lot of people laid down pocket jacks in that spot.
Uh-huh.
Ace queen he would have laid down,
Right.
most likely. So he just got a little bit unlucky. Mike is going to bring this
Bad
one
timing.
in. Yep, bad timing. Mike's going to bring this one in for $400. He's got ace 10 offsuit. Yosh, who's on the big chip stack, he calls out of the big blind with queen 7 suit, and we're going to see a flop. Oh, what a flop for Yosh.
That's a great flop.
Top pair and a flush draw. It goes check, check. The turn is a king. Queen 8 deuce. And Mike checks it again in position. Another 8 comes on the river. And Yosh has got the best hand here. And it just gets checked down. And I'm sure Yosh was probably planning to check raise one of those streets if Mike threw a bet in.
Well, I'm sure, but then it just kept getting worse. The overcard came,
Yeah.
and then the 8 came, so...
Yep.
One of those situations you're not going to get the value bet. You're only going to get, in trouble, get called if you're beat.
Wonder what the line was on the flop. A deuce, an ace, or a heart.
Gabe is talking about his hand from before. I mean, he basically had 8 heart outs because one of the king of hearts is in the guy's hand. 3 more aces, that's 11 outs, plus a deuce. 4 deuces.
Well, minus the one that's heart that you've already counted.
Right. So 3 deuces. So about 15 outs there times 2. He's probably almost a slight favorite there. And look at this. Gabe picks up pocket kings, and he's going to move all in for 325, 225. And, well, I'm sure Barry's going to call with any cards in his
Well,
hand.
he's
The
only a
blinds is
quarter
100,
more. Of
200,
course he is,
right?
and Yosh will try to do his part to take Gabe out, too.
Well, Yosh is going to call. He's got queen 9 of clubs,
Queen 8.
queen 8 of clubs, and Barry's in there.
Yeah.
So we're going to see a flop. Wow, 8, 9, 10, 2 clubs. Pretty good flop for Yosh.
For all of them. I mean, Yosh has the flush draw, and Barry has top pair. I mean, second pair, and a... Oh, I thought he had a straight draw, but he doesn't. Okay.
I believe the flop is 8, 9, 10,
I
2
thought
clubs.
I thought he had a straight draw, yeah. So he does have second pair and a
Yeah.
straight draw.
And Barry has bet here with Jack 9, and Yosh makes the call, so they're building a side pot out there. Wow, Yosh really, he re-raised. So Yosh checked to Barry, Barry bet, and Yosh has check raised to 4,000, which would pretty much put Barry all in. Boy, you don't usually see side pot action like this. Yosh has got second pair with a club draw and a gut shot straight draw, or Yosh has bottom pair. Barry's got second pair with an open-ended straight draw. And look at this, Barry's going to make the call
Yes,
on the
he is.
side, so we've got 3 people there pretty much in, and we're going to see a turn. Boy, Gabe's going to have to dodge a lot of cards here
Yes,
to
he
win.
is.
Well, there's one of them. It's the 5 of diamonds, and the river
No.
is a jack, and that gives
Gives Yosh
Yosh
the
the straight, and Yosh takes it all with the
takes
queen high
out 2
straight.
players.
Yep, takes it all. Take the side pot, take the main pot. Unbelievable, and his chip stack continues to increase.
Now, a lot of times you don't see that kind of action.
On the
when-
side, right.
Well, on the side when people are trying to get one more into the money, you're moving up a level. But in
Right.
this case, the way that this is structured, only the top 3 are getting paid.
Yeah.
So they're going to create that side pot. They need to protect their hands, and they need to win the chips in order to make the money.
Again, Gabe had to dodge so many cards there.
Yes, he did.
I mean, he dodged one, but could not dodge the
The
river.
second one, right.
Yep. And now we kind of have a little bit of a short table.
Yes, we do.
Probably going to be combining the tables pretty soon.
As soon as they get down to 9-handed, I would imagine that's what they're going to do. So the other table probably still's pretty full. We see money being handed around. They must have the last longer bets on the side. So on the other table, they haven't lost anybody. Okay, Mike makes it 600 there.
And $600 raise. He's got ace 10 offsuit. And Don's going to make the call there at the suited connector. King, queen, 3, all clubs. It's going to get checked to Mike. Mike bets and Don folds. So it looks like we're probably going to get a new player or two coming into the game, Shirley,
one
here
player
from the other table.
Make the tables even, make them more balanced.
Oh, what is this, Mike? Can I change seats?
And we'll probably get an updated chip count here coming up. But Yosh, my goodness, it looks like he's got well over 25,000 in front of him.
He has a lot of chips in front of him there.
So we got Paul coming into seat 9. He's another pretty accomplished tournament player there, Shirley. He's quite the Omaha player as well. Paul has limped in with pocket 9s in early position, and we're going to see a flop here. It looks like 5 ways.
What's the bet? I'm sorry.
It's over to the small blind. He completes. So it's a $1,000 pot to the flop. Here we go. 5, deuce, 6, all spades. It looks like Paul there in seat 9 with the overpair. He has the highest spade in his hand as well.
Yes, he does.
And it gets checked to Jerry Buss.
I'm surprised Paul checked in that spot.
And Jerry Buss checked, and Yosh checked right behind him. Now a 4th spade comes up, and it's the jack. Paul's going to check the 9 of spades again here.
Jerry
It looks
checks,
it looks like Yosh is uninterested. He checks. And the river is an ace of spades. And now we've got 5 spades out there.
Paul's still checking.
Yeah, Paul's still checking.
Nobody wants that pot. Paul
Paul's
is going to win
take it down with pocket 9s with the 9 of spades. Well, kind of tough there to bet on the 9 of spades there.
I would have bet the flop.
Well, you did have an
overpair and
overpair.
1 spade in your hand.
Yeah.
I think a bet on the flop would have been appropriate.
Well, we've seen kind of a passive style so far. Again, we're only in the 3rd level, and all these players aren't necessarily familiar with each other. Doing a $5,000 no-limit hold'em freeze out. The entry fee was $5,000. Each player gets $5,000 in chips.
In real chips, not tournament chips.
Right. The blinds go up every half an hour, and I believe first place is $50,000. Second place is $25,000, and third place is $10,000.
King, queen. Best card I've seen in a while. How do you like this idea, John?
And once again, the blinds are $100 and $200.
And if we can hear Yoshin there on the table, he's talking about a type of game that we sometimes do here on the show, which is a cash game live action tournament where each player gets a chip for every pot that they win, and the person who wins the most pots at the end of the night gets some sort of bounty. Looks like this pot was limped around. Ace-7 against Queen-5.
And that's Ken in seat 5. He moved back to seat 5. He's not really allowed to switch seats, so he had to go back to his original seat.
Paul checks, Ken bets, and Ken takes it down.
How late did No Limit go the other night? So who was that? No.
8:30 in the morning?
I didn't know there was a game last week.
Jerry Buss has got pocket 5s in the big blind.
Remember how late it went? That looked like a pretty
King
solid
Queen there for looks like
For Mike in seat 8.
Mike in seat 8.
first time it stayed at
Chuck is going to make it 600 with 6-9 of diamonds. Mike is going to call with a King Queen and on the button. And look at this, Jerry Buss. He's
Jerry
got a
lays
muck.
down.
He's on the short stack, and he lays it down. So we're heads up. It's about a $1,400 pot. King Queen against 9-6 of diamonds. Ace Jack 7. You know, if Chuck fires here, ooh, he probably could have taken it down. He
Yeah,
checks, and Mike checks
represent
behind
that
him.
ace. Mhm.
The turn is a 6, so now he takes the lead. And it goes check, check again. And the river is a 5.
That would have given Jerry.
And it goes check,
A
check
7.
again. Check, check again. And Chuck takes it down there. Yeah, if Jerry had played there, he would have made a set on the river. You wonder, though, if the strategy would have changed, if someone would have bet,
I'm
if it was
sure,
three-handed. Yeah.
Most of the time, it's just me and Thor on there. On the waiting list, nobody else. Obviously, I can't.
Mike is bringing this one in for 550. Ace 7 offsuit. Yosha's got pocket deuces in the big blind, and on with such a big chip stack, he's going to play, I'm
He's
sure.
gonna call and see a flop.
Yep. So we've got about an $1,200 pot here. Ace 7 against pocket deuces. 5-6-4. Let's see if Yosh gets tricky with this flop here, Shirley.
If he does, I'm not sure how. There we
Mike
go.
has bet $1,000 out of seed 8. Look at this.
On
Yosh
the
mucks the
open-end
pocket
straight draw
deuces.
there.
Yep. Had a couple over cards in the open-ended straight draw, and he takes it down.
How long before the break, Jerry?
We've got probably another 15 minutes or so left
think
until
they
the
said
end of the
11.
third level. 11 minutes until the end of the third level.
No way. That is hilarious.
You guys gotten any private games, Joe, down there yet?
7.
Oh, you can't do that?
Mike has brought it in for 700, it looks like.
I know, that's what I thought.
And picks up the pot.
Yeah, that's pretty big on that side. What? It's a high limit.
Look at this.
Yeah, pocket
Yeah,
jacks
pocket
there.
jacks in the big blind.
That's Chuck.
And Ken
Again.
has completed the small blind, so you'd imagine probably the big blind is going to raise with jacks, vulnerable to overcards. Let's see what happens.
I think he moved all in.
I think he
and that's
actually moved.
it.
Yeah, he moved all in. Ken's on the short stack.
Ken
so.
only had 5-6.
Yeah, yeah.
Jerry will be able to call me from Hawaii. How about a game
So you got about 10 minutes left on this level.
Nobody would have to worry about it.
I believe that the next level, Shirley, is 153. No, actually.
Usually it's the same with Annie's.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
100, 200 with
Annies.
$25 Andes, yep. And we are going to be taking a short break after this hand.
After this level. Four-way action.
Looked
limped
like it was
pot.
limped around ace, 8, 7, couple of hearts. Two people have flush draws. Don in seat 7 and Jerry Buss in seat 1. Jerry Buss has got a gut shot, too. And he's bet.
And it might be enough to take the pot.
Oh my God, 2 times.
And Jerry takes it down. Paul mucked down a pair there. Again, first prize here, Shirley, is $50,000. Second prize is $25,000. And third prize is $10,000.
Right.
And we're using cash chips. Mike raised out of the big blind there with King Queen offsuit. White chips are
Picked up the
$100
flop.
chips. And the purple chips are $25 chips. And the big blinds right now are 1 and 2.
Looks like Yosh has about $20,000 in front of him.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if you even had a little bit more than that.
It's kind of hard to see from this angle, but
We'll get a chip
that's a
count
lot,
in here.
yeah.
He's by far the chip leader on this table.
Yeah, and then we have seat 6 there. Chuck, he's also got a lot of chips. Get a close look at that. And looks like he has about 9,000.
Don here brought this one in with looks like ace-8 offsuit. It gets checked. Deuce 9-3. Turn is a 3. Gets checked
Turn's a
again.
9. River's a 3. Turn was a 9. A river was a 3.
So we got 9s and 3s with an ace. That's going to take it down. No one decided to bet here. And Don takes it down.
Hey, you called the 3 on the turn. You knew it was coming on the river.
Guess so, yeah.
We have ace 10 there for Jerry.
Yep, and Jerry's in the big blind, it looks like, but it's just going to get
Gonna
folded
pick up the
around.
pot. Easy as pie. That's it.
I'm a big Laker fan, so I can't steal your one.
We hear some screaming behind. They must be having some excitement on the other table.
Did Z win a pot? I heard.
Commerce heard.
What's your guess when we'll be able to play 4-800?
I'm trying.
It looked like
There's
Z
the other
there
table,
over on the
Z,
table.
yeah. Maybe it was his first potty one of the night.
Yep.
When you can have the 150?
King Queen suited there for Chuck in seat 6. Mike has got ace 10 suited, so
He comes in for a raise 5.
It's actually pretty big on
600.
and let's see what Mike does here in seat 8. He's going to call, it looks like.
Base 10 suited.
that clock thing you're talking about.
It's like Yoshi's got a couple of garbage cards and he mucks.
So it's heads up here.
Heads up, it's about a $1,400 pot. To the flop, Mike is in position with Chuck. Queen 5-7. Chuck is flopped top pair.
Mm-hmm.
Again, it's about a $1,400 pot.
He bets 825 and takes it down.
Shows the queen.
Really amazing. I guess there's not one mixed game anywhere. Is there?
5 minutes left in this level before we go to another round of 100, 200 blinds with $25 antes.
And we will take a short break in between that.
Really? I thought they could do whatever they want. What's so hard about that? I don't understand why you even have to change table. Program it that.
He's $700 for a
By seat
Paul
9.
in seat 9.
Yeah. And I don't know if he's going to get any action here.
Ken's contemplating. Ken?
Looks like he's made the call and he's only left with a couple of chips left.
Right.
So he's pretty much almost all in.
Well, yeah, he's
Oh, he's going to move all in.
putting in the last of his chips.
He's made it 1,400 total, so it looks like...
He's
I don't know if it's
pocket
a $1,400... Oh, he's got pocket kings. I think it's 1,400 more. So he might have had 2,100 total. So Paul raised it, and Ken's come over the top for quite a bit. And now Paul is thinking, is my ace-7 good?
Not even necessarily if it's good, but is he getting the right price on calling now?
I believe he raised to 700 pre-flop, so now the pot is 2,100.
He's 1,200 more.
And
is that right?
it's another 1,400 more to call, and he's going to muck. Yep. So he was getting, maybe like 1.4, 1.5 to 1, and if you figured he was either dominated or only had one over, he made the right lay down.
There's only 2 games of each. 2 or 3. That's how they did it with 30-60. Like 2 games, 100 people waiting.
Okay, we have a limp there from Mike and a limp from Yosh.
Yep, Yosh is limped in here. Yosh has got 7-4 offsuit, playing the big stack in position on the button.
In position, right.
Yep. And we're going to see 4-way action. It's about an $800 pot. 8, 3, 7, couple of hearts. Ken there in seat 5, he's got 2 pairs. Bottom 2 pairs. And he's checked it, and Yosh has bet 1,000 with 4-7, and I believe Ken said raise. And he is going to raise, and he's going to raise all in here, Shirley.
I'm sure he said all in before he did that.
Yep.
String.
And we'll see how much more it is. He's got 1,900 more, it looks like. And Yosh mucks, and Ken takes it down.
Now, once again, Yosh plays with Ken on a regular basis, so I'm sure that Yosh knew then where exactly he stood against Ken.
Well, with that type of hand, Shirley, with bottom 2 pairs, it's almost like a hand that you need to put yourself all in. So it was either he was going to move all in on the flop and then probably only get called by a hand that might beat him, or he can check raise. I like the check raise there. I do. He's lucky that somebody bet, though.
Said he would have doubled you up.
I was hoping.
You bet too much. You bet 1,400.
What are you going to do? I picked the flop and said I
Should have just bet 1,100.
And
Ken's coming in for a raise
he's going to
here.
raise. Ace 10 suited. And he made it 800 to go.
And picked up the pot there.
We probably only have time for maybe 1 or 2 hands. And this is the last hand of this level. We're going to take a little 10-minute break after this. And then we're going to come back with 100, 200 levels with $25 antes. Limp and a limp, it looks like. Mike over there in seat 9, he's limped.
Okay, we do hear the buzzer, but this is the last hand.
Mike has got a queen 10 of clubs over there in seat 9. He limped. And we're going to see 4 or 5-way action. 5-way action, it's about a $1,000 pot. 5, 5, 8. 2 people have got flush draws. Mike in seat 8's got a higher flush draw. No one has a 5. Ken in seat 5 has an 8. And let's see if he bets here in position with the 8. He is going to bet. He's going to bet about the size of the pot. He's going to bet $1,000. So it's $2,000 pot, $1,000 to call. Mike calls, so it's a $3,000 pot now. And Paul gets out of the way with his flush draw. Mike says he checks blind. He has an over and a club draw. There's the club. 9 of clubs on the turn. And let's see what Ken does. $3,000 pot. Ken can catch an 8 or a 5 here.
That's correct.
And he checks right behind him. And what's the river? River is a 9.
Now that's going to be tough for Mike to bet.
And look at that. Yeah, it gets
around.
checked down. Mike made his flush and it got checked down. And he takes it down there with the flush. So
scooping his nice pot there.
that is going to do it for us for this level. We're going to take about a 10-minute break.
Right.
And we will be back with level 4, which is 100, 200 blinds and $25 antes. How would you characterize some of the play that we've seen so far tonight?
I think it's been a little bit tight.
Players are
For the
feeling
most
each other
part.
out.
Yeah, feeling each other out. I think that we'll see a little more aggression once they condense down to one table and get shorthanded about like 6 or 7 hand.
It is very interesting to see some of the big-time white chip 300, 600 limit players playing against some of these no-limit hold'em high-level specialists, don't you
Right.
think?
Well, especially in tournament style, it's totally different. You know,
Right.
they can't reach in there for their big bankroll that they normally have at the table.
All right, folks, so come back in about 10 minutes, and we'll be back with the 4th level.
7. Mo, what are you doing right now? Anything?
No, won't be. This is the tournament.
Yeah.
17 players. We're gonna combine one table
Eventually.
eventually, and 9-handed, and 3 winners: 50,000, 25,000, and 10,000.
Beautiful. The other day I heard you say something about pictures, photos. Something with either the shootout or something to do with when you guys run your tournament, whatever.
Okay.
I have a customer that is making, and I got him started on this. He makes picture frames out of wood and hand cuts them. And he started with, you know how flames are really popular? So I said, you know what, flames are cool, but you're only going to get a certain sector of people. Let me give you some ideas. I said, you get hooked up in a club with somebody with like tournament season coming. I got him to get all the, like a card, and he's got him cut out where he's cut in the shape or painted in the shape of the card. So you can have like the winning hand. If that's the winning hand, you could custom order, cut them with the winning hand.
Picture
You
and
can have-
wood frame, right? Yeah, we're gonna see the sample.
I got a sample in my locker.
Alright, we're gonna see the sample.
But it doesn't. Right now, the flame. He's got the 2 cards with flames coming from them. They don't have to be flame. He can do just the card,
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah, whatever. Right.
So I like to have him come down and talk to you.
Okay, let me see the sample first. You talk about it, if it is good, I talk to tournament director or director, I don't know.
I got one in my locker. So
I'm here, you know, from 4 to 12 months.
all right. I won't bother you today with the tournament. I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, that's what I mean. After, when you push. It's they're taking a break. They'll be back in 6-7 minutes. Hello, Mr. Kim. How are you? Very good, thank you. Should Should be about 5 minutes. You want one? You want me to take one real quick? Sure. Okay. Hey, Peter. I don't know. $47.50, seat 9. Rooney. Oh, never mind. Total for CD? Yes, 54. You want to do a chip count, sir? You want to do it before it goes off again? $37.75. $37.75.
10,050. Well, thank you.
Yeah, that's what I figured you had it down something.
That's if you've been playing
All night.
6 or 7 hours.
Check it back.
34? Oops, I missed it. No, I haven't. $35.50. Now there's one more table, you know that. Oh, you only need this table? Okay, great.
You don't play very late at night? It all depends. Right. What's up, buddy?
have no idea what we're coming into.
1 and 2 with $25.
It's gonna be 1 and 2. Blinds are Andy's are 25.
All right.
Is this no limit? No limit? Okay.
It's a shootout. Freeze out, so there's no drop. There's no...
Yeah, I already made the drop. They already gave me the drop. Yeah, that I'm aware. I just didn't know if it was structured or no limit.
Play good, man. I'm trying.
You guys already started?
Yeah.
And the blinds are 100, 200, and 125. Shuffle up and Jill. Okay, they're gonna
Any
start.
blind?
They're gonna start.
You're welcome, darling. 1 and 2? 6, 7.
All right, Paul. Oh, I'm glad I didn't raise. And 95. Yep. I probably get a call Good, no raise.
Any Mike?
Oh, yeah.
I think she was related.
Yeah. My mom, yeah. I think
600.
So. No, it's not her sister. My mom's sister.
Seat 8, 600.
Yeah. Yeah, I was never real close to her. Richard was a good poker player, though. Hey, no way. Yeah. Yeah. She's still working there? Yeah. That was a while back.
Donna, you want to put that Annie in for me, please?
That's in the blood.
Six.
Tighten up. You got a lot of chips here. You can afford a call there. Come on.
Annie. Annie, Mr.
Positions, everything.
4 players. $400.
I let you steal that, Jefferson. I know it was a steal. You're on first position. I let you do it.
Who can call you with that board?
I could have.
And we are back at the Poker Channel's Live at the Bike, and we're seeing our most updated chip count. We're doing a $5,000 No Limit Hold'em freeze out. Right now, there Yosh in seat 2. He's way in the lead with about $27,800 in chips. Chuck in seat 6 is in second place with a little over $10,000.
Right.
And some of the other players are hovering around $3,000 to $5,000. So we're going to get back to the live action.
Okay, we do have antes now on this
Yep.
level.
The blinds are
$25.
$100 and $200, and the antes are $25.
That brings a new perspective into the game here.
And we see
That the pot has been raised.
four-way action, and seat 6 is going to raise. It was limped around. He's going to make it 700 more to go. He's got a suited connector. And Ken Berg there, he's got pocket 6s. And he's in really good shape. He's out of position, though, to the big blind.
That's a hard hand to play, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
After the flop.
And again, he is
He's
out of
calling.
position.
Yeah, I normally would move in or fold in that spot.
So we got about a $2,000 pot here brewing to the flop. Well, 4, 5, 8. I don't really know what other type of flop you're looking for if you've got pocket 6s. Ken on the short stack, I can't imagine that his
Well,
chips
I'm
wouldn't
sure
go
he's
all
not
in.
liking all diamonds, but he is going to move in here.
Yeah. And Chuck might think Ken maybe might be doing this with a high diamond. He's got a piece, and he makes a quick
He
call
does have
there.
a pair of 5s, and he does have a straight draw,
Yep.
too.
He's got a gut shot straight draw to the 7, and he has a second pair.
If he does hit his gut shot, though, they will chop this pot.
Yep.
So it's all in for $21.75 each.
So we would have to probably hit another 5 here to win the pot.
Yes, he will.
The turn is a deuce. And the river is a 9, and Ken takes it
Ken's
down
gonna
there
double up there.
with pocket 6s. No one has a diamond. And he doubles through. So Ken doubles through. So he was just around 3,500. He moves up to about 7,000. And Chuck there, he had about 10,000. He moves down to about 6,500. So now Ken has got, looks like a little bit more. Ooh,
He can play a little bit more.
yeah, and he's got more chips than Chuck does now in seat 6. So just like that, talk
Yeah.
about no limit hold'em.
6.
Mike there in Paul in seat 9. He's going to make it 600 to go.
With ace high.
Ace, deuce of hearts.
And picks up the pot. And picking up the pot now is pretty important when you're picking up the antes. You're not just picking up $300 there. Ken's still stacking his chips there.
Little.
I would imagine.
Looks like the button's got ace 10 offsuit. He's going to bring it in for a raise. He's going to raise to 900, Chuck, and he's going to take down the pot and the blinds. This gives us a chance to tell you that Live at the Bike is brought to you in part by PokerBlue.com, your way to win one of 5 seats at the WPT Legends of Poker Tournament in California. Register now to play in PokerBlue.com and receive a 100% matching bonus up to $600 when you enter PLAZA as your bonus code. And you can see Yosh there at the Poker Blue shirt.
And hat.
And Don as well over there in seat 7. This pot gets limped around.
Okay, we're heads up.
Looks like it's
Heads
small
up.
blind against big blind. Ace, king, queen. Whoever bets at this one first is going to take it down. And Mike looks like he's going to bet.
5.
He bets 500. And he takes it down.
Antes and blinds.
$25 ante. 1-2 blinds. It's a great chance for those of you watching at home on the webcast to see every single hand of a tournament, which is not something that you see every day. Most
right.
tournaments are edited.
There's
Again,
the other
we-
table there.
Yeah, we normally do cash games, Shirley, but we changed it up a little bit.
Today we did.
There's an $85,000 total prize pool
Mm-hmm.
in this game.
Okay, we have an $800 bet here. And picks up the pot.
And Mike there, you looked like he brought it in with pocket fives, and he takes it
There's
down.
the other table there.
Yep.
We had Mohammed back there and a few others. So they are also part of this shootout here. Did start with 17 players. How many players have you lost, Bart? I think we've seen 4.
We've seen
Lee?
4 come out, so
3.
so we've actually
Lost 3 total.
3
it looks like.
total.
So we're down to 14 players.
Pot's been raised to 7.
Chuck there, he's going to make it 700 to go. He's got King Jack off suit, seat 6. And he's going to take down the blinds. And now it really becomes, Shirley, as you move into the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th levels, an anti-stealing, blind stealing game, especially as levels move up. There's a lot of dead money in there. Now, right now, you've got 25 times 8 or 9 or however many people.
I think there's 7 up there right now.
So that's, 175. And then the blinds are 300. So you've got $475 in dead money in there. So if you make a raise in late position, you pick up $475.
You pick up at least one round that you can play basically for free.
And Mike, he just limped, Mike limped in with 8-9 offsuit from C8. And Yosha's in there with an ace-9 suited. And actually, we've got another player in there with 6-8 offsuit.
That's Kim, yeah.
Ooh, Yosha's picked up top pair and the nut flush draw. Deuce 10 ace. Couple of spades. Mike is going to bet here. 450. He doesn't have anything out of seat 8. Let's see how Yosha plays it. He's going to check raise. There's the initial 450 there, Shirley. And I don't think it's really going to matter because no one's going to call. He's going to raise it up to 3,000.
3,000 more.
Yep, 3,000 more. Now that's a very, very powerful flop for Yoch. He's got top pair, nut flush draw. I think Mike's just doing a little acting job here.
Yes.
And that's an interesting shirt there in Paul in seat 9. Stud player. Don't see that too often these days.
I know that tonight for the Legends of Poker tournament, they gave out stud t-shirts.
And Yosh takes it down.
Ace 4 of spades.
Well, Stud High Low is a game that we spread here at the mid to high levels.
Right.
It's one of the few casinos in the world where you can get 20-40, 30-60, 40-80 Stud High Low.
600.
Ooh, Jerry Buss is coming in here for a raise from the cutoff for 600.
Without showing his cards, I'm sure they're pretty strong now. He's been playing pretty tight. And we'll see him now. He has, 7-9 of spades.
7-9 of spades. And Ken Berg calls with an ace-4 in the big blind. So we got about a $1,300 pot to the flop. King 6. Well, Jerry should be able to take this one down, I would
think.
think.
If he continues,
Yeah.
If he continues being
Oh, it
strong.
goes check. The turn is a deuce.
All right, Jerry, you got to use your position here.
And look at this. Ken bets.
Ken bet an early position and picks up the pot.
Well, at that point, maybe you figure that ace high is good unless Jerry's sandbagging a king.
Yes.
And Jerry and Ken are pretty familiar with each other. They play in Yoshi's game a lot.
Yes.
And Jerry, boy, he's on the short stack, it looks like. He probably only has about 3,000 left.
I don't even think he has that part from what I'm seeing. I mean, he has the white chips there. It actually looks like he has 9. Can you see there?
Yeah, I know
Looks
what you
like
mean,
he has
Shirley.
like 1,700 maybe. Okay.
Yoshi's got a queen jack, and he's going to raise to 600. Chuck is going to play, so we got the two biggest stacks on the table, I believe, or close to it. Yosh is far out ahead of this table. He's got twice as much as his closest competitor.
Yes.
So we're heads up, queen jack against king 8. It's about a $1,400 pot. $1,500 pot to the flop.
Ooh,
Wow,
nice
Chuck
flop for
has
Chuck.
flopped the nut flush. Let's see what Yosh does here. Yosh checks, and Chuck checks right behind him. The turn is a 5. And now maybe Yosh thinks that something is fishy. And Yosh checks, and Chuck bets 2,000 now. And Yosh is going to muck. And look at that. Yosh loses the absolute minimum on the hand.
Yeah, I think Chuck could have let one more card go in that spot.
And the rabbit cam is a queen, so Yosh would have made it a pair. My goodness, look at that chip stack. That is amazing. Again, each one of those white chips are $100 chips, so a stack, normally people will stack their chips in 20 chip denominations, so a stack is 2,000.
2,000.
And a stack of purples is 500, so he's got a lot of chips in front of him. Of course, first prize for tonight is $50,000. Second prize is $25,000. And third prize is $10,000.
All in.
Yosh made it.
Want to go ahead and move a stack for me, please?
Yosh made it 600, and
Yep.
then it looks like seat 7 moved
Yep.
all in.
Don moved all in.
And it looks like he might have. What does he have? He has a
He's
queen
got
of
a
clubs. I
queen.
think he has ace.
He's
queen
got
of
ace
clubs.
queen, and Yosh brought in with ace 10. So Don is in a dominating position over Yosh, and he's moved all in. I think Yosh brought it in for 600 or 700. You can't
That's
quite
right.
see how much left. Don made it to go all in there more.
Don?
It's about 2,400 more there, Shirley. So that's a lot of money there. I would be surprised here if Yosh calls with the ace 10 offsuit.
Yeah, for that much money.
Yeah,
no.
and he's going to muck it. And Yosh is usually a pretty conservative player, but he has a lot of tournament experience, and he knows when you build a chip stack, you can really move your chips around. Now, normally ace-10 offsuit in the first couple of positions, it's debatable whether even that hand is playable. But it's a question now. He's got a giant chip stack, so now
Well,
I'm going to move my
definitely,
chips
yeah.
around a little bit.
Definitely
Yeah.
to come in for a raise, but not to call a raise or
Right.
to call a re-raise there.
Right.
But coming in, if you can pick up the blinds and annies with a raise with ace 10, that's fine.
Well, I think it's also the combination of someone on the short stack has ace jack. They're likely probably not going to play with you.
Right.
Jerry Buss has moved all in here in seat 1.
1775.
And he's moved all in for 1775. He's got ace queen. And look at this Chuck. He's going to make the call with pocket 4s. Wow. Again, that's really surprising pre-flop
very
there,
surprising.
Shirley.
He had zero money invested in that
Well,
pot besides the quarter.
yeah.
He was not in the blinds.
And he's in the lead. We talk about range of hands. What if Jerry had pocket 5s? He'd be a huge dog.
Yes.
Now you're only a slight favorite. It's about 54-46. We're going to see all 5 cards. Well, flop is a 7-7 jack. He's okay now. The turn is a 3.
But even a jack is going to get on the pot.
And the river is a king. Wow. Jerry just misses. Like you said, a lot of outs there, Shirley. Jack would have been good. An ace would have been good. A queen would have been good. Chuck makes a very, very gutsy call pre-flop there.
And he did win the pot.
And he busts Jerry
out.
Buss. Wow.
Dodged a lot of bullets in this table.
Even he agrees he dodged a lot
Yeah.
of bullets.
Again there, Shirley, it's like, at best, you're a 54% favorite. Maybe, even if you say maybe 60% of the time.
Right.
But the other 40% of the time, you're going to be, a 4-1 dog. So that's usually a call a lot of players aren't going to make. A little bit surprised to see him call in that spot with that hand.
Oh, we get a low.
He has the same hand again this time. He has pocket 4s. Let's see how he plays it this time.
He chooses to limp.
Sit open, make it.
Don limps right behind him there with a Jack-9 in the cutoff.
Whoa. You get one?
And the big blind gets a free ride, and we're going to see three-way action. But a $700 pot. Ace, 10, king.
Now, it's not a flop you want to see with fours, but neither of the players hit a pair here. So the pair of fours are still good.
The turn is another king.
It's checked around again.
Yep. And the river is a 10, and the board's going to play here, if I'm correct.
Chop, yeah.
Let's see if somebody bets at
it.
Is anyone going to bet at it? Yeah. Yoshi's going to bet. He's going to bet 500. The board plays all the way around. Again, Texas Hold'em, the best 5 cards in any combination. Everyone has kings and 10s with an ace kicker, and look at that. Yosh bets people off of the chop pot.
That's a nice play.
And he takes it down. What a great bet there by Yosh in seat 2. Well, it's sad to see Jerry Buss there go, Shirley. I mean, he does such great work with the Lakers and charity work with the bike. And he's a pretty solid player. I'm sure that he would have liked to have made it
a little bit
longer.
On,
he was only the 4th or 5th person knocked out. And, of course, he is the owner of the LA Lakers, NBA basketball here. Big franchise in California. Mm-hmm. And he comes down and plays the bike often, usually in the high-limit games. Mike
seat 8 there is raising.
Yeah, Mike is going to raise there with pocket 10s, and he's going to take it down.
So how come they don't use tournament chips, though?
Mike is limped in here with deuce 3 suited. Ken Berg completes out of the small blind in seat 5. And Chuck is going to go in there. So 3-way action. It's about a $600 pot to the flop. 8-3
nice
deuce.
Flop for deuce 3.
Mike's flop
Bottom
2 pairs.
2, yeah.
6.
And Chuck bets on a total bluff there, Shirley. And Mike moves over the top all in with 2 pair. Bottom 2 pair.
And Mike picks up that pot.
As we see Greg in the box. Action on seat 9 there. He's going to muck. Boy, Paul's played pretty tight over there in seat 9 since he got to the table. And Don gets it folded around to the big blind.
Yeah, we're not seeing a lot of flops here.
You can see Yosh shuffling the white chips there. Oh, Mike's going to come in for a raise. Or Paul's going to come in for a raise out of seat 9 with ace-7 of spades.
Probably pick up the blinds again. There we go.
How those split?
Pocket jacks here from Mike in seat 8.
And we do have an ace-9, so we might see some kind of flop here.
Well, Ken is limped in with pocket 5s.
All in.
And look at this. I believe that Don limped in with an ace-9, and Mike is going to come over the top all in here out of the small blind.
Yes.
Not a bad move there, Shirley.
Not with jacks. No,
Yeah.
you really don't want to see a flop with jacks,
Yep.
especially out of position.
Yeah. But now it comes down to the same decision for Ken that Chuck made a couple of hands ago with pocket 5s.
And this is what you're talking about. If he does
Right.
call, I mean, you were saying at best he's going to be in a race.
Right.
Um,
Or at,
Or he was gonna be
40%
a-
of the time he's going to be a 4-1 dog, and in this case he is. I think Ken's smart enough to get away from this one.
I think so.
I mean, usually, Shirley, too, again, you don't necessarily want to push very, very small edges. Even if you knew that Mike had ace-king here, I mean, would you want to make this call if you're sitting, in a pretty good shape with the chips? He's going to mock.
It just depends on your style of play. If you think you can play smaller pots later on, then of course not.
Yeah.
If you're up against advanced players, sometimes you need to just take those small edges and risk your chips.
Mm-hmm.
And I hope that your hand holds up.
We have about 4 or 5 minutes left of this level. The next level is going to be 150, 300 with $50 antes.
I had a pair. How big? Less than 10. You're drawing a 2 outs.
Way less.
I would love to call.
Okay, so we are down to 6 players at each table, so we're down to 12 from the original 17. Once we get down to 9 players, we will have 1 full table.
You wait till we play musical chairs later. We're going to play musical chairs later. You know?
Mike has got a 5-6 offsuit. He's going to limp in from the cutoff. C8. And Ken is in there with a suited connector, a nice one in the big blind. He's got 9-10 of hearts. And he's going to check. So we're heads up. 9-10 against 5-6. Well, look at this. Mike has flopped bottom 2 pair again. Ken checks, and Mike checks right behind him. The turn is a 10.
Now Ken.
Oh, Ken checks. Mike checks right behind him, and the river is a king.
That means Ken
And
now
look at
has the
this.
best hand.
Ken has the best hand. Mike slow played himself into a counterfeit, and Ken's going to take it down there. Wow. Put that money in the pot sometimes when you have the best hand, Shirley.
Yeah.
Boy, you'd think that Mike would have put some money in on the turn.
On the turn.
Yeah. Mike actually works here at the casino. He's a host in our California games section. So he comes and plays after work. He normally plays in our high limit, no limit hold'em cash games. He said in a pre-interview that he hasn't really played in a lot of tournaments. He doesn't have a lot of experience.
And if I remember correctly, he said he wasn't afraid of any of these players, right? He said
That's
Min
right.
the Master, but Min the Master's not here.
Maybe check it once. It's a good plan.
Yosha's going to come in for a raise here on the button. Looks like he's got 9-10 offsuit. He's made it 600 to go. And we're not going to see a flop.
It's kind of hard to call with deuce 3.
Oh, man. It didn't cost me that much, but I'm mad.
I would have called.
On the turn, yeah, you did. So I guess same result.
But you would have lost more money.
Right. Yeah, because you don't put me on there.
Yosh there has ace king. And again, none of the other players really have much, so he'll probably pick up the pot with a raise.
100 chip.
He raised to 7, 900.
So 900. The big blind is 200.
700 more.
And I don't think he's going to get anyone to play with him.
don't
Mike's got
think
9-10 offsuit. Boy, he looks like he wants to call.
It does.
Mike is a very, very loose player over there in seat 8.
And I think he's still a little bit out of shape about letting himself get counterfeited
And
on that one
he
hand.
is going to make the call. Wow, this is a difficult hand to play out of position. It's about a $2,000 pot to the flop. Ace king against 9-10. Oh, look at this 9-10 king. What a flop. What an action flop. Bottom 2 pair against top pair.
With top kicker.
Yeah.
And Yosh has the ace of spades.
And Mike bets 1,500 right away. He bets right in with bottom 2 pair. The pot is now 3,500, 1,500 to call for Yosh.
Yosh said he was going to raise.
And he raised all in, and Mike quickly called. Now, Mike has a vulnerable hand. He's got 9-10.
Ace king.
Yosh is going to have to catch an ace or pair the turn card. Oh, a spade comes. Now another spade would be good, too. Let's see the river. Wow, the river's a 6, and 9-10 escapes. And Mike takes down a huge pot.
Stagger will be counted.
That is just an unbelievable action flop right there.
32.
Again, Mike likes to see a lot of flops there, Shirley. Difficult to play a hand like that out of position.
It sure worked out
Yeah.
for him this time.
41.75.
41.75 was the all-in. The pot before that street was about 3,500. So we're talking about an $11,000 or $12,000 pot
yeah,
there.
It looks like he's got.
Yeah, that was incredible. And Yosh is just bewildered.
Is that right?
Absolutely bewildered. Interesting to see how Mike led right into that flop.
I'm sure you like that. Yeah,
I did
that's
like
the
it.
play. It was.
Well, it was a very coordinated flop, 9-10 king. Bottom 2 pair is a very, very vulnerable hand.
Yes.
You know, if a jack comes, if a queen comes, if an ace comes, you have absolutely no idea where you are at.
Right.
Again, I think that was somewhere around 11,000.
Yeah, it looks like that's what he has in front of him. I know that his last bet was 41.75.
Right.
So you take Yosh's 41.75 plus the
Well,
three
you can
that
just
was
look
in
at
there.
we can just
Yeah,
look
it
at
was
Mike's
kinda
chip
like
stack.
13,000.
He's got 5 stacks of whites there. That's 10,000 right there. A couple stacks of purples. Yeah, you know, anywhere between $11,000 and $13,000 there.
Spade. Let's still call.
Raise 700.
And the button is going to raise.
No, I could play bullet.
And his raising was 7-9.
Looks like 700.
And Mike called with 9-10. I would imagine he's going to call here with King Jack.
Well, Mike actually has, I
Oh,
believe,
wait.
8-9
He
of
has
clubs.
8-9, you're right.
Yeah, and Don has got the King Jack, and Don.
Yes.
And look at this, Don moves over the top all in. So maybe he noticed that Chuck has been making some steal raises there. Thinks that King Jack is good, and you can't imagine that Chuck is going to call here with a 9-7 offsuit.
Well, they're going to pull in the money, and then he's going to see if it's worth it for him to call.
Yeah, if he thinks that his cards might be live here.
So there's $1,400 plus the plus $500 in the pot.
So it's probably plus another $2,500 there. So that's too much money there in Chuck Mucks. And Shirley, I think the blinds are going up. We're at the 5th level. It's 150, 300 big blind, and the ante is $50. So now we're talking about, if we're playing 7-handed here.
I think we're 6 here, Mark.
Are we 6-handed?
I think so. So that's $300 in antes.
Yep. And
So
$450. Yeah. So $750 in dead money. We have 6 players at this table, 6 players at the other table, and we combine down to 1 when we're 9-handed. Mike is going to raise here out of the small blind. He's got 9-10 of hearts. And Paul has got 5-6 of clubs. Mike makes it 950. Paul already has 300.
So it's 650 more.
650 more, and it looks like he's going to call. He's in position.
But this is the kind of hand you actually have to hit. You know, I mean, you don't necessarily want to hit a hand when you're short chips like that. I mean, you want to try to push it and take the pot right there.
And Paul should be noticing, you know, after that other 9-10 hand that Mike likes to gamble. And surely you and I know that from some of the previous Live at the Bike shows. Mike, again, he's a high limit, no limit hold'em player, and he's of a gambling style.
Yes.
Likes to see a lot of flops. Is not afraid to put money in there with a inferior hand. We've seen it time and time and again with him.
My favorite hand is 2 aces, just so you guys know.
It's 2 aces. What are you flopping?
Ken Berg is clucking along over there in seat 5.
Yeah, nice one, Bart. We have a limp. And then Mike's going to come in raising.
Mike has got ace-7 of spades.
And he's raising to 900.
Chuck is going to call. Chuck's got king-6 of hearts. So we're going to see about a $2,100 pot here.
Chuck's gambling a little
to
here.
the flop. Couple of hearts on the flop. 7-4-10. Mike's picked up second pair with an overcard. Chuck's got a flush draw.
There, in the Masters in the background, if you can see, that's his yellow shirt right there.
Yeah.
So I hope he's on break.
Now Mike has bet here. He's bet 1,200. You wonder if Chuck might check raise here, Shirley.
I would think that's what his move was going to be.
Mike has bet $1,200. The pot is now $3,400. $1,200 for Chuck to call. And is he just going to smooth call here?
Yes.
Now the pot is about $4,800. Mike can't be happy about that call. Wow, the turn is an ace, and now if I'm Mike, I might push heavy on the turn. He's made aces up, and he's only bet 1,000. The pot,
2,000.
2,000. He's bet 2,000. So now the pot is 6,800. 2,000 for Chuck to call. And I think there's some commotion in the background at our other table.
I think that was Z. He won his second pot of the night.
So $6,800 pot, 2,000 to call. He's getting a little over 3-to-1 odds, about 3.5-to-1 odds, which is probably not enough to call with just a flush draw if he thinks his flush is good. Look at this, though. He makes a call. He's going to have to catch a heart here that's not the ace of hearts. We're looking at an $8,800 pot here to the river. The river's a 10. He's missed. And let's see if Mike makes a little value bet here on the river, too.
I don't think he's going to get any more value from this hand. I think Chuck's not going to pay him $1.
Surprised
He
to see.
probably-
Look at this. He
Oh, he
checks it
doesn't.
down. Checks it down. Ace is up, and Mike says, did you get counterfeited? And, Mike actually got counterfeited with his 2 pairs as well as the 10 came on the river. his 7 did not play. He had aces and 10s.
Yeah, if someone had an ace
Yeah.
higher kicker, they
Right.
would have won the hand.
Yeah, so that's possibly why you saw Mike check that down there at the end. But going back to that hand, you figure out the odds. He had a little bit over 3.5 to 1. But if his flush draw was just good, he's got 9 outs with about
He's about
44 or
18%
45 unseen cards, so it's about 5 to 1. He really doesn't have the odds to call there.
Mm-hmm.
You also have to take into consideration, if he makes it there, Shirley, how much is he really going to get paid off? Someone might figure that he's going to be put on a flush draw, so... It was an interesting call. Looked like it was more of a crying call. And then Mike is on quite a little rush there. You got to wonder what's Yosh thinking. Yosh is a patient player, very, very experienced at the high levels, especially in high-level tournaments. Trying to figure out what this guy is doing over here in Seed 8.
One cover.
And Ken is in there with King Deuce of clubs, Ace 8 against King Deuce. 10, 5, 8. Look at this. Mike is just on a roll here. He's bet 1,200. He's hit second pair, and he's going to take it down.
He's feeling good. He's not going to stop now. Look at his face.
Well, $50,000 is nothing to sneeze at for first prize. That's for sure.
For sure, yeah.
$50,000 for first prize, $25,000 for second prize, $10,000 for third prize. Not bad for a $5,000 investment.
No, not at all.
Three-way action here. Got limped around. Don in seat 7. He's flopped a straight. King, queen, ace. Chuck has got top pair. And look at this. He's moved all in. He's moved all in. And Don, if I'm looking correctly, he's got the nuts. He can't believe it himself either. He's got the nuts. And you'd imagine it's going to be a quick call. And he does call. Now, Chuck could...
He had to check back at his cards.
Chuck could catch running hearts here for the win, or some sort of running full house combination with his ace, and he's in big trouble. Boy, with that board, you wonder why he'd commit all his chips there with a weak ace.
Nice limp. I do have a heart. I hope I get there.
So ace, king, queen, 2 hearts. Chuck's going to have to catch running pairs or a heart. Well, that's going to do it right there. 8 of club come on the turn, and the river is a 7. And Don quickly doubles through there in seat 7. Haven't seen Don play a lot of hands tonight.
No.
Looks like he increases his chip stack to about 8,000.
Yeah, not bad. I'll take it straight on.
Were you hoping he called? Thought about it. Either you slow roll me, or you're hoping he called.
Oh, is that what you're talking about? I don't slow roll anyway. First, I have to make sure I had what I thought I had. And then, of course, I want to call behind me. When you're playing all women, you always expect people to look.
Well, Paul's going to move all in. And you know what, Shirley? He's got deuce 3 offsuit.
No, he has pocket 3s.
Pocket 3s. I thought it was
Which is
deuce
not
3.
a bad
Yeah,
move.
He's got pocket 3s.
You don't want to play that hand. You want to just pick up the blinds. And
I thought that was a little bit strange.
yeah,
I looked
he's
at
been
it.
playing pretty tight.
Yeah.
Deuce 3 would have been uncharacteristic.
And Chuck there, I guess he's got, what has he got, $50 left?
And he's not in bad shape. He has 2 overs, 4-9.
Looks like Paul's already taken the money away. 7-5 ace. The turn is an 8. Oh, he's got a straight draw
Yeah, he
now.
has 6 draws.
And the
There we
river's a
go.
6.
It gives him the straight.
So Paul's going to have to give those chips back.
Well, not quite, because I think they pulled in the amount that Chuck had. He didn't have any chips.
Oh, there you go.
Remember?
He pulled in the side.
He
there.
pulled
Yeah,
in
yeah.
the extra that he had.
Yeah. Looked like Paul had taken the entire
Yeah,
amount.
no, they pulled in a little
Yeah.
bit. I think it was only $50 or something. They pulled in.
Yeah. Well, don't quite understand that move there with the ace-3 with the king-queen ace board. A couple people behind you from early position. Again, sometimes you like to make a bet that gives you enough information where you know what to do. If you commit all your chips, well, now you're pretty much stuck.
Yeah.
Because you don't have any more moves. If you get called, you're probably beat,
Right.
and there's nothing more that you can do. And Chuck is going to move all in here.
Yeah, I
Queen
think he's
4
given up
offsuit.
here. He had a whole round to pick up a hand, and he's choosing to go here with Queen high.
Actually, he's got Jack 3 suited.
Jack high.
Yep, Jack 3 suited. And he's made it 650 to go. Now Mike is trying to figure out. He already has 300, and there's 3-way action here. A couple callers. Ken is called and Mike is called. Bob is a 3-7-4. Chuck is.
Chuck does have the best hand. there
Actually,
with
Mike has got
Fairfax.
Queen 4, but now Chuck picks
Oh.
up a flush draw, and it gets checked around, and a 6 comes on the river, and Mike's Queen 4
Pair of fours.
is good. And looks like Chuck is going to be our next casualty there.
Like I said, he had just won that hand. He had one round to pick a better spot than Jack high. Yosh still sitting there patiently. And still has a lot of chips even after losing the one hand.
Yeah, Yosh has got 12,000. Mike is up to his level. He has 12,000 as well.
Yosh only has 12,000.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, he lost, you know.
I know he
almost-
lost a big pot. He
almost
still
half his
looks like
stack
he has
there.
a lot of chips there.
Yeah. Incredibly.
Yosh made it 900 with King 9 of hearts. And pick up the blinds here.
And I would figure about 10 to 15 minutes left in this level, if I'm correct.
I think everybody wants to check their hand before they put all their money in.
13 minutes left in this level.
I'm in shock, so I have to make sure I really do it. That's all I was doing.
So we're now playing 5-handed. We've got 11 people left.
Yeah, there's six
Yeah, I mean, just hard.
six people on the other table, and their big stack is $9,000.
Yeah. So Mike and Yosh have got the most.
I think it just felt bad pushing all in into the nut. Yeah. Go all in, the head goes like calling you.
And Paul there, he's going to go all in.
And pick the pot up.
He's going to
That's
take it down.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Still early. Long ways to go. Well, anything except lunch.
Ken came in for a raise there.
Ken has raised.
10-9 of diamonds. He's betting $2,000 and he's going to pick up the pot.
He's going to pick the pot up. Again, we're five-handed, so this is a short table. Raising is going to raise with some hands that you wouldn't necessarily raise with.
A lot weaker than you normally would.
Yeah. I actually got word that Mo, the host of this game, has been knocked out on the other table. Mike has raised here. $1,200 it looks like Mike raised with pocket sixes. And Ken is going to make a call here with ace-8 suited, it looks like. And Don's got king-queen over there in seat 7.
He'll probably make a call here, too.
Well, $1,200 to call, or it's another $900, I think, for him. So I think it was a limp, and Mike has raised here with pocket sixes. So we've got about a $3,600 pot to the flop. Ace, king, 4. Ken's picked up top pair. And Ken's going to check the ace. Don's got a king. Let's see how he plays it. He checks it. And look at this. Mike checks right behind. The turn is a 3 of diamonds. Let's see if Ken fires out now with the ace. It looks like he's checked. The action's on Don now.
Don looks like he's going to put out a bet here.
Pot is $3,600 here. And he is going to bet. And why wouldn't you think your king is good?
Right, it's been checked to you twice.
Yeah. He's going to bet $1,500. Mike quickly mucks. And let's see if Ken might have been trying to set up a play here. He's played this hand extremely passively. He checked top pair twice. Pot is now $5,100, 15 to call. Ken has only got about $2,500 left, or $4,500 left. You think he might check raise all in here?
I'm not sure. I mean, that's what I was thinking he was doing when he checked it twice. I'm trying to get someone to put some chips into the pot.
Again, it's a $5,100 pot, $1,500 to call.
He's counting out chips behind, so it looks like he might want to raise here.
And that was a great shot there of Don looking at Ken.
Yeah.
And this is what he's going to do. He is going to raise. He's going to raise, and that can't make Don there feel happy. And did he raise all in? He's raised.
He's still counting now.
Yeah, he's moved all in. It looks like he's check raised all in. So now the hand makes sense to me, Shirley. Now,
yeah.
I couldn't imagine that he was just going to check call.
Chips,
yeah. Couldn't imagine he was just going to check call. So it's $3,500 more. The pot is almost exactly $10,000, $3,500 for Don to call. It's a $10,000 pot. Don needs to call $3,500. He's getting about 3-1 on his money. And let's look back at how the hand was played. Ken checked the flop. He checked the turn. Now he's check raised the turn. Don's got second pair there with a pretty good kicker. Neither player was the original raiser pre-flop. They had both limped in pre-flop. $10,000 pot, $3,500 to call. And look at this. Don makes a great laydown. Ken Berg takes it down there in seat 5. And those are the types of laydowns, Shirley, I think that a successful player has to make. I don't think it was an incredibly difficult laydown, but sometimes people get so involved that they think, well, I've got all this money in here. There's $10,000 in the pot. I only have to invest $3,500 more. But if you look at Don's chip stack, he only had $7,000 at the beginning of the hand. So now he's probably down to $4,500 or $5,000. So if he had made that call, that would have severely crippled him. Pocket jacks here for Paul in seat 9. He's going to make it $1,200 to go. 4 times the big blind. And Paul has quickly become the tightest player on this table in seat 9. Mike's not going to play. Paul takes it down. Here's a look at the other table there. Shot of Hashem, Z. Don't know the lady there in seat number 1.
Her name is Trish.
Okay.
And she was, I think, the only female that started this event, so she's still hanging on. That's nice.
So again, we're 5-handed, but we're waiting to combine the other table. It's probably only about 5 minutes left after this level. We're in the 5th level. The blinds are $150, $300. The antes are $50. And I'm getting word that Hashem got knocked out, so we're going to combine down to one table here pretty soon. Yeah, Hashem on the other table got knocked out. So we should be going to a full table. Ken Berg's going to raise here. Seat 5. He's got a King 9 suited, and he's going to take it down. But we haven't heard much from Yosh in the last maybe 10, 20 hands either.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, now we'll see a whole more
different
adjustments.
element now.
Yeah,
absolutely.
that have to be made because we're going back to a full table. So we're going to stop the clock for 1 minute while the other table moves.
Well, this gives us a chance to tell you that if you want to play poker for free, go to www.thebike.com. And there are 3 weekly free rolls. It's all powered by Pokertropolis. Of course, if you want to watch this show and over 700 hours of live poker, we have it archived on our server. You can click on the on-demand banner in the lower right-hand corner of your screen. $14.95 gets you all of the archived action, plus an instructional DVD from Howard Lederer, and it's well worth it. Take the time also to tell you that you can go to Poker Babes at poker-babes.com. Check that website out.
Yosh had the big blind.
And as we combine the tables, again, we want to welcome all the viewers. This is our first episode on the Poker Channel. We're live at the bike. Every segment of this show is filmed in real time, and you are watching players win the actual money that they have on the table, similar to cash home games or any cash game that you play in a casino or online. This is the first and only poker program that shows cash games. Now, tonight we're having a little bit of a twist. We're doing a freeze-out, which is more of a tournament structure. But again, about 95% of the time we do cash games on the show.
No, it's not the break time.
No, we're not taking a break.
It's not the break time. Same deal? Break. All the players, they got dinner.
We're not taking a break.
Can come in.
Everybody just walk away.
Let's go. We have dead money. Let's go.
Get in.
They have down in.
Okay, empty, please.
Trish looks like she's got quite a chip stack over
yes,
there.
she does.
$50 ante, 150, 300 blinds.
Did you get my ante? What happened? I think some of these guys thought it was a break. I thought we were good.
A couple players are away from the table. And Don here in seat 7. He's going to make it 700 to go. And he takes it down. This is a little bit odd that some of the players, I don't know if they think that we're on break here or what.
Break. Okay, we have Patrick there in seat 6. So that means that Z is in seat 3.
Oh, Patrick, he's got a similar style, surely, like Mike. He's a gambler. Patrick is a gambler.
Yes, he is.
He's got a lot of money coming from other sources outside of playing poker.
Yeah.
And he is a gambler.
I love having Patrick at my table.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, I played with him before I got in here. People thought that he was out of his mind. He beat me on one hand, 10 deuce. He moved all in with 10 deuce. I called ace jack. He won. See, it's not normally a call I'd make with ace jack.
I was going to say, normally you don't make a call with ace jack.
Heck no,
like that,
but if
right?
he moves in, I know that he doesn't have anything. I'll call.
So we're 9-handed. Got Maury there in seat 1. Yosh in seat 2. Z in seat 3. Trish in seat 4. Ken Berg in seat 5. Mike in seat 6.
That's Patrick.
Oh, excuse me, Patrick in seat 6. Don in seat 7. Mike in seat 8. And Paul
in seat 9.
In seat 9.
Okay, we have seat 7 raised.
700. He's got pocket 6s. And he's going to take down the antes and the blinds. Again, we're looking at a $50 ante from each player. The chips are, purple chips are $25 chips. The whites are $100 chips.
86.
You were all in twice, weren't you, Z?
Yeah.
I'm 2-0, man.
Undefeated, this guy.
2-0.
Yeah, that's what.
We want to welcome everyone to the first episode on the Poker Channel of Live at the Bike. The first and only poker program where we stream every segment in real time with real cash on the table. Patrick is going to make it 900 to go.
And he needs to be reminded that he has to show his cards.
Looks like he's got a 9-10 suited.
Which is a stronger hand than he normally would come in raising with.
And seat 3 there, Z, he's going to call with pocket 7s, and someone's in there with ace 3 offsuit as well. Ace 6 queen. Ken Berg, looks like he called in the big blind with a weak ace. Now he's checked it. Now let's see if he bets out on the turn now. Remember what he did a couple of hands ago.
Last time he checked on the turn too, but I would...
And now Pat is going to take the opportunity to bet. He's going to bet 1,500. And Ken has once again checked top pair twice. Let's see if he's going to pull a check raise here again with the ace 3. No one bet the flop. The turn came a queen. You would figure if Pat had a queen, he would have at least bet the flop as the pre-flop raiser. Wow, and Ken lays it down.
To make with that ace,
Yeah, Ken lays it down. Patrick takes it down on the bluff.
Purchase it?
I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
I'm not watching myself.
Big blind?
Looks like Patrick brought that one in for a raise. Z is going to make a call here in seat 3. $1,200 raise there, and here we go, Shirley. 5-7 offsuit there for Patrick. He's raised an early position. Z's made the call with King Jack suited. Well, maybe he had just limped there and Z raised. I think that's what the action was. A limp and a raise, and Z takes it down.
75? Yeah. Oh, the blinds are going up 2-4?
And by the way, seat 4 has got this.
Oh, watching you.
You better not touch
The blinds have gone up. We're at a new level. 200, 400. I believe the ante is the same. No, the ante is 75 now. So $75 ante, 200 and 400. Ken's going to come in for a raise here on the button in seat 5. He's raised to 1,400. He has King, Queen suited. Z had limped in with Jack 9 of spades. He's in big trouble. Don's in the big blind with King 9 suited. He's also in big trouble. Yep. And it's an $1,800 raise total from the button.
So it's $1,400 more, and
Yep.
they both lay down.
And Ken takes it down. Ace Queen offsuit under the gun. Paul's going to bring it in here.
For $2,000.
1,600 actually.
1,600.
And he's going to take it down. This one's got folded around here. Patrick's got 10-5 of clubs. Let's see if he tries to get tricky. And he is. He's going to play, he's going to make it 1,200 straight to go. And he's going to take down the blinds and antes there. So it's $75 antes, 2 and 4 blinds, playing 9-handed. You're looking at $600 in the blinds, and about another $675, I believe, in the antes. Yep, $675 in the antes. You're looking at about $1,275 in dead money. That's a lot, especially at this stage of the tournament. That's why we kind of sometimes get into this mode where we don't see a lot of flops as you get into the later stages of the tournament.
Sure? How sure?
I'll bet you on the side. I'll bet you on the side too.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought I did.
I don't recall.
I bet you on the side too.
Jesus, I got a lot of action.
That's because you're Mike.
I'll take it.
Z has got pocket 9s, and he's raised.
14.
1,400. Ken Berg is going to play. He's got ace-king. It looks like he's just smooth calling here.
We saw him do that earlier.
Yep. And Maury, he's got an ace-6. Wow, he's going to call. It's about a $4,700 pot. Ace-4 deuce, all clubs. And Maury, well, do you think maybe he can get away from it without a club?
I would think so.
Now Z has bet, and Ken Berg has moved over the top all in. Now Z does have a draw with the 9 of clubs. He doesn't know that, though. Z bet 1,000, and Ken Berg moved over the top all in. And I can't imagine that pocket 9s with the 9 of clubs could make this call. Pot is around 6,500 plus Ken Berg's all in, which looks like another
Lot.
at least 8,000. So it's probably somewhere around a $15,000 pot. And Z would probably have to call with the rest of his chips, which would be about 7,000 or 8,000. And he's going to muck. Well, I mean, he put a bet out there that wasn't really that much
It was an
compared to
information bet. He got the
compared to
information.
the pot size.
Yeah.
And he got raised all in and he mucked. So I don't know. I mean, you're bound to get at least 1 or 2 overcards come on the flop with pocket 9s, right?
Yeah.
So he made the right play. And here we go, Shirley. Your favorite player, Patrick, coming in for 1,500 with deuce 8 offsuit. Adding a little flavor to the game. And Maury mucks a king 10 in the small blind, and Patrick takes it down. And the funny thing about this is, I always say, I love these types of players in cash games. Now, this is a shootout tournament-structured game. Now, normally we do cash games on the Poker Channel's Live at the Bike. We're doing a little bit different here tonight. A person like Patrick, if he can't change gears in a cash game, it's just butter. Now, his style in a tournament, in a no-limit tournament, is actually a pretty good one, a loose, aggressive style.
Yes.
But when these players can't make that adjustment back over to cash games, even no-limit cash games, it can be really rough for them.
Yeah. Although you did mention that he does make his money off of other things. So
Absolutely.
I think a lot of times
Yeah.
when he's sitting there in a live... There, we got a raise here.
Yeah, Mike is raised to 1,500. He's got pocket 6s. And Yosh, he's mucked the ace-jack offsuit in the small blind, so...
Was that Yosh or
Yep.
was that... I thought Z had the ace-jack.
Oh, he does have the ace-jack.
Yeah. So now it's up to Z.
Yep.
Little does he know he's in great shape here.
And he's going to make the call.
Yes. So ace-jack against 7-4.
9-6-9. And Mike looked, I thought he had pocket 6s, but he's got 7-4 suited.
He has 7-4. Pocket 6s would have been nice on this flop.
Absolutely.
But that's not what he has.
And Mike has made a bet.
Did I give you a tip or I'll get you next time?
Now this is really tough for Z.
And he's going to lay it down.
He's going to give up the hand, yeah.
He'll show you what he had today.
Don't be mad at me tomorrow, Z. Don't be mad at me tomorrow.
No, that made him feel good. You had to go out here. Did your mom teach you better than that?
10-9 again.
Wait, can you announce how much the bet was?
10-9. Believe that, Yogi? And 10-9 again. I thought 3-9. Anytime I have 10-9, I'm raising my call.
Well, Mike's got 7-9 of hearts here in seat 6.
And I heard Patrick say call there.
Oh,
With a nice
excuse me.
7 of
Yeah,
hearts.
yeah. Patrick's got the 7-9. He limped with the 7-9. Mike's got 5-6 offsuit.
Right, he also called.
Yep.
So it's a limped pot for reaction.
Deuce 6 jack. Couple of spades on board here.
1200.
And Mike has bet 1,200 here with middle pair. Jack, 6 deuce, 2 spades, and he's going to take it down. Do you like to play the little suited connectors from up front in a tournament? Because they can't take a lot of heat for a raise.
If I have a lot of chips and can get in there for a limp, then yes, I will play them. But only if I have a lot of chips. If someone comes in raising behind me, that I don't usually, play it unless they raise a small amount and they have a large stack and I have a large stack. But I mean, it's like poker and everything. It's situational. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. I love the hands.
1200.
Patrick is going to bring it in for 1,200. He's got king 9 of diamonds.
So a monster for him.
Berg has got a deuce 8 offsuit in the big blind, so Patrick's going to take it down. And again, we're talking about $600 in dead money in the blinds.
In the blinds, and then $675.
$675 on the antes, yeah.
It's
So that's $1,275 total every time you steal. And that's why a lot of times, you see a loose, aggressive style work really well, especially on a tight table, because if you can pull that move,
at least once around.
Yeah, once
you're
around.
not losing any chips.
Yeah.
We have pocket aces there in seat 8.
that's Mike in seat 8. And Don's got ace-jack suited.
So Don's going to make a raise here.
He's going to make it to 1,200. And Mike moves over the top all in. Maury's got pocket 9s, and he's kind of on the short stack over there in seat 1. So a raise to 1,200. Mike has moved over the top all in with pocket aces. And Maury's got pocket 9s. And again, he looks like might only have
He's
about 2,800.
Now he has to contemplate, do both of them have overs? Do they both have cards like that are similar? I mean,
Right.
the same.
And he's going to muck it.
He mucks. Okay.
And now the question is, how much does Don have left in front of him? Can he make this call with the ace-jack?
Can he make the fold is more of the question.
Right.
Is he committed? And it doesn't look like he's committed. He looks like he has enough chips there. Although, now when I'm looking at him, they do
Well,
look
they're
like
just
mostly
purples.
the $25
Yeah.
chips. So he's
probably got
25, about 4,500 more.
Yeah. And it was a raise to 1,200. Mike re-raised. So that makes at least 3,600 in the pot before the re-raise. So now Mike has re-raised.
Right. So it looks like he's getting almost 2-1 on the call. If he thinks his 2 cards are live, it would be the right call.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what he's got to debate here. Now we know his 2 cards are not live.
Well, he's re-raised all in, and that pot was 3,600, and that's what he's trying to figure out. And if he has 4,000 in front of him, that basically means that the pot is 7,600, 4,000 a call. See, like you said, it's right around 2 to 1.
2 to 1, which
yeah.
is, yeah.
That's why, because if you absolutely, if you are telling the truth, your hand is dead. No, not in tournaments.
Now, if he feels that he's dominated, he really isn't getting 2 to 1. Now, if he's got a dominated hand, he's more like a 72, 38
I was
dog.
saying, yeah. If he thinks his 2 cards are live.
Yeah.
Give him a warning. That's the first time he's done it.
Now they want the hand. Maybe he.
Well, would you give him a warning so he knows?
Okay, there is a little debate because Mike did announce his hand, but I didn't hear whether he told the truth or not. And the players are letting him know that if he did tell the truth in a tournament, that it is unethical and unacceptable. So he's getting his warning right now.
Would you please give him his warning? If he does it again, you'll get.
I don't know if Patrick's joking or if he's serious.
No, it is a serious thing that players cannot announce their hand. What's strange about it is you can say something. If you're lying about it, you're not going to get in trouble. But if you're telling the truth, you're going to get in trouble because you are. What do they say? You diminishing or you're messing with the action, basically.
Yeah, tainting the hand.
Yeah.
Again, he's getting about 2 to 1 here, but I don't think he's going to call. It doesn't look like it. I've been wrong in the past, though. And if he makes the call, he's a huge dog. We're talking 92% to 8%. Gigantic
you think, even
dog.
though the suited?
Yeah, even though the suited. Might be 90-10 because of the suited. Yeah.
If he's contemplating making a call, you can't talk about it.
And again, it just comes back to, this is even a type of situation where, if he has 2 overs, he's going to be a slight dog. He can be easily dominated, or, Mike could have queens, kings, or aces, and he still isn't getting, he would be getting right around the 2 to 1, but not quite if he had queens or kings just with 1 over.
Then he's not getting the right price with queens and kings because you need about 3 to 1.
We gotta change the purpose. Yeah, I'm gonna come there one by one.
So this is the last hand of this level, and after this hand, we're going to go to a 10-minute break.
In 10 minutes, we're going to go to a 10-minute break.
So in 10 minutes, we're going to go to a 10-minute break.
And he does make the laydown.
And he does make the laydown.
And Mike wins the hand with his pocket aces there.
Hand is up, please.
Only if you turned over his jack, he calls you. Russia, or you turn it over.
Hand is up, please.
What's your hand?
75 there, Mikey.
So he makes the laydown.
Small blind.
And Yosh still sitting there quietly.
Big blind 4.
Patrick just calls there with king, queen.
And he looks like he's in the small blind. Mike limped. And Don is in there.
I can only see two hands.
Yeah. 9, 6, 10 on the flop. Patrick's got king, queen. Mike's got queen, jack.
Okay, we're down to 2 players here.
800.
And did Don just muck right away? It didn't look like there was any action.
There was action, but he did act out of turn. We had Mike bet 800 in seat 8.
Yeah.
Patrick called.
The turn is a 7, and Mike bets again. Bets 1,500. Is Patrick going to call with king high here again?
It looks like he is.
Wow, unbelievable.
That is unbelievable.
And the river is a 7.
And Patrick does have the best hand here with king high.
And it gets checked down, and Patrick takes it down.
Patrick looks like a
with a
genius
king
right now.
high. Unbelievable.
That is unbelievable.
That is some crazy stuff. So we probably have about 7 or 8 minutes left from this level.
Think anybody was interested?
And Mike's going to bring it in for 1,200. Patrick.
With
gonna
4
bring it in
high.
with 4 deuce.
Yep.
Keep getting Mike and Patrick mixed up there. Seat 6, Patrick.
Well, they
4
both
high.
are kind of playing a similar
Yeah.
game. They're both
Yep.
the most aggressive players at this table.
Yep. And he steals the blinds and antes once again. Patrick making a gutsy call there with king
Yes, he
high a
was.
couple hands ago.
Uh-huh.
Unbelievable.
Ken came in for a call.
Yep, so we're going to
So-
see it limped around. Ace 5-3, a couple of diamonds. No one really has a piece of this.
500.
And Ken butts 500 at it in position. And unless Paul's going to make some sort of move, you wouldn't expect he was going to call here.
No.
Got 7-8 off suit.
No, he's definitely played tight enough that a move will work.
Absolutely. If he were
Yeah.
to check raise there, I'm sure that Ken would muck that hand in a heartbeat.
Yeah, and I'm sure that even if he had a piece, because that time Ken really didn't have anything, he
Yeah.
only had Jack High, but even if he had a piece, a pair, say he had a pocket pair of 8s, he probably would have mucked
Yeah.
because of how tight Paul's been playing.
Again, we're in the 200, 400 level with $75 antes. The levels are half an hour long. An $85,000 prize pool. First prize is $50,000.
$50,000.
Second is $25,000, and third is $10,000. Patrick. Looks like he raised to 1,200. He's got king queen offsuit. And he's going to take it down. Boy, he looks like he's got a bunch of chips in front of him, too. You know, $50,000 first prize, Shirley, like that's like entering a tournament that's a $300 no rebuy tournament with 400 or 500 players in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know. And this only started off with 17. So, it's pretty huge.
That's a new car.
Not chump change.
50,000. Ace Queen here for C8.
That's Mike, yeah. Ken Berg has an ace 10 offsuit. He's going to limp in. Patrick's got jack 9. He's going to limp
He's
in.
going to call.
You would assume that Mike is going to try to thin the field here on the
Yes,
cutoff,
he is.
and he is. He's got ace queen offsuit.
17.
He raised to 17.
1,700 total.
So that's 13 more for those limpers over there.
Yep.
No, 13.
Well, if Ken makes this call, he's in big trouble. Out of position with the ace 10 offsuit. The thing about Mike is the great thing about his play is he drives his good hands and he drives his bad hands.
How much is
Ken made the call.
Yep. And Patrick's thinking about calling with Jack 9. Now he's going to muck. So we're looking at about a $3,500 pot here to the flop. Well, flop is Queen 4-7. Good flop for Mike there with the ace queen. Probably pretty easy for Berg to get away from here in seat 5.
4,000.
Mike bets 4,000 on a seat 8, a little over the size of the pot. Ken is thinking about it. I don't know exactly what he's thinking about. He has the ace of hearts in his hand. That's what he's got going for him. And he's going to muck. Again, if you want to follow a live thread that started every night, you can go to 2plus2.com, click on forums, click on Tournament Poker, World Poker Tour, and other televised tournaments. And we are right there.
We do read the thread while we're watching and commentating on the show.
Yep. Questions, comments, suggestions. Of course, we want to welcome everyone in the UK watching Live at the Bike on the Poker Channel. This is the first episode of Live at the Bike. We are doing a $5,000 no-limit hold'em freeze-out. Total prize pool is $85,000. We had 17 entries. First prize is $50,000. Second is $25,000. And third is $10,000. Look at this. Don is going to move all in. He's on the short stack. He's got King-Jack offsuit. And Z has 10, 6-4, as he says. Are we playing Hold'em or Blackjack? And Don takes it down. Ace-Queen offsuit for seat 1. Maury, boy, we haven't seen him play a hand.
No, we haven't.
And look at Patrick. He's going to come in with Deuce-7 offsuit. 1,600. And Maury on the short stack, he might push. He is going to push.
And now Patrick's committed to call.
Yeah, Patrick's going to have to show down that hand.
Is it showdown, or does he have to call like another 2 chips?
Yeah, it's only a couple more chips. So he's going to have to call for odds. And he's not that big of a dog.
He's not.
He's not that big of a dog with these live cards. And he's going to show down the hand. And he shows the Deuce-7 offsuit. So Ace-Queen against Deuce-7.
That would be a shame for Maury.
7, Ace-3. The turn is a 3, and the river's a 10. Maury's going to take it down there with the Ace-Queen. So now let's see how people are going to counter. Look at Yosh. He's very, very interested over there in seat 2. Patrick bringing that hand in for an early raise, the Deuce-7 offsuit. See things working around in his mind.
I think so.
Yeah.
But Patrick knows how to switch gears too. So I'm sure after showing that hand, we will see him tighten up a little bit. You know, out of all the television shows all the television shows that I've seen, someone always has to raise with 7 deuce. It seems like it's like the token move, right? I mean, that someone always does to show, yeah, I can win with this hand.
Well, it's definitely the worst hand that you can start with in a multi-way pot.
Yeah, you can. I mean, it is. Yeah. But I always see players playing it.
Patrick chooses to limp in this time. He's got King-9 of spades. Moore's got pocket 3 as he mucks. And that's going to do it for the level here. After this hand, we're going to be going on a 10-minute break.
Take only a 5-minute break.
Three-way action, 5, 8, 9.
I got a date at 11.
14.
Patrick's going to bet here with the king 9.
10 minutes is too long.
And he's going to take it down.
Perfect.
So we might be taking a 5-minute break, a 5 to 10 minute
5
break.
or 10 minute break.
Exactly.
So, well, Shirley, what did you think about that section of play here in the last level?
It was interesting, that's for sure. Have a lot more loose play, aggressive play, and we'll see that the aggressive stacks are going to keep accumulating chips, I think.
Okay, well, we'll be back here in 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
So we'll see you then.
5 minutes. Go to the restroom. Mo.
Those right there is the leading.
Yeah, he's chip leader,
Yeah.
second, third.
Yeah.
Yeah, fourth, second, third.
4.
Yours used to be number 1.
Oh yeah, leading.
Yeah, but looks good. When we all this money, I'll take a vacation.
Sure. time? Huh? Oh, how much time? No. Oh, hold on. You don't know, sir. 5 minutes. $15,875.
What do I do with that
4,170.
Are they gonna keep this advertised longer on TV?
We're going to play it out.
Hey, why you don't get my chips, man?
Oh, we have to count it. So you got that 20, 21, 22, 23, 1. $34.50.
Thank you very much,
You're
sir.
welcome.
What's the limit now?
What?
I called already.
Are you serious? I was thinking, I hope he forgets to check.
What did you?
Mike, you're the chief.
Oh my.
Your children are done here.
You called this thing. Yeah, the ace jack, yeah. Ace jack.
They had against everybody.
No, it's not a separate line.
Yeah, they used to. I sort of fucked up the other shit, and then I went to so he came back on the top That's right.
Actually, time's already up. There. Time's already up.
255.
Okay, everybody. Okay, everybody's here.
306.
Okay, I got a...
$100 Annie?
It was 75.
Thanks for all the information.
Why don't you clean all the corners?
No, we did it next round. It's gonna
We
be
don't need that many quarters right now.
The Annie goes very small. 100 Annie, 300.
Okay, so $100 Annie, blinds are 3 and 600.
Mike sets the size of prices.
Mo, can I color code since we're not using the borders
What
anymore?
are you using?
Yeah, no, we're not roasting off. We're just cutting them down. We don't need that many purple.
Your big blind 400, 600.
Oh, I thought it's already 3 and 6.
one after that will be one. Just cutting down the first.
What do I reach? Oh, 150 is going to be the ante? I'm sorry? 150 is going to be the ante? 150 is going to be the ante. Next right? Oh, I see. Okay, so we still need it.
Call 600. All in. $29.
My age, exactly.
And we are back, and we got a hand here right off the bat. Seat 3's got Pocket Kings.
And he's moved all in, and I think it was 29 if...
And actually, I
heard
think that
correctly.
Mike moved all in from the...
We'll see
we'll
when
see
we get
what's
a little
happened
closer.
here. Yeah. No, Seat 3
Yeah.
did move all
Yes,
in with
he did.
Pocket Kings, and Mike called with the Queen Jack suited.
And Mike's in a world of hurt here. He's
He
in a
is.
lot of trouble.
He's in a big
Now
underdog.
it's back up to Yosh.
And that's Z there.
And Yosh is in a little bit better
Seat 3.
spot than Mike is because he does have the one overcard, the ace, but I don't see how he can make this call.
So Z happened to pick up Pocket Kings in a great spot there, either the cutoff or the button.
And Yosh is going to make the call.
Wow, we've got a gigantic pot brewing here.
Yeah.
It's got to be at least $5,000 already.
Oh, it's more than that.
Jack 3 deuce. Z's got the King of Hearts in his hand too. He's
doing
all in.
really good, yeah.
So let's see if there's a side pot.
Well, there's not a side pot now, but Mike's betting out here his top pair of jacks. So he needs a jack or queen.
Yeah.
And he needs
And the turn is a deuce
non-jack
of diamonds, and the river is a 3. And Z takes it down there with the overpair.
Pulled it out. How many times? That was the fourth time now.
Pull it out of my kazoo.
So that was a nice big pot there for Z. And he's always the one getting really excited
Yep.
when he wins the pot. He's stacking his chips up nicely there.
600. 300. 600. Okay.
Pot justified the call.
Yeah, you better go all in on the next
So the blinds are 300, 600 with $100 antes.
Whatever. Okay, you got yours.
All right, you forgive me now?
You all set?
And Patrick is in the small blind.
Okay, I know.
And Don is in the big blind. And Don looks like, I think Don is short stack here at the table now.
Well, the pot was already $2,000. It's only 2,000 more.
Pocket aces here for Maury in seat 1. And he's going to raise. Looks like the 2,000 maybe. The blinds are 3-6 right now, $100 antes.
You had a monster. I didn't know how big your hand was. You should have told me it was kings. I would have knocked it. I hit my top pair. I thought for sure you were dead.
Okay, and Don only has a 5-7 there, and he folds.
And Maury takes it down.
Now, although he didn't get any action on those aces, he is winning a pretty big pot there. It's $900 in antes, plus $900 in blinds, so $1,800.
There you go. So again, it becomes critical as we're in the 7th level to steal.
Well, that wasn't really a steal there, Bart, but
Well, it still becomes critical to steal, though.
to pick up any pot, yes.
Absolutely. Obviously, you'd like to make some more money with the aces, but
Yeah.
you know, there's no difference between Maury having aces out here or Patrick going to bring it in randomly with deuce 7 in position and take it down. Pre-flop, same amount of money, it's 1. We're not going to see... Well, it's going to get folded around here. And Patrick actually has a nice hand here on the button. He's going to bring it in. He's got ace-jack offsuit. And he's raised. And he's going to take down the blinds and the antes.
Much better than 7 deuce. he raised with last time we saw him.
I didn't grab enough, otherwise they would have. What's that?
I thought you were practicing how to cut chips.
Yeah, I want to be a dealer someday so I can make all that money.
Pocket kings in seat 1.
Wow.
So
and
Maury,
Maury,
yeah, he got dealt aces, and now he's dealt kings. And look at pocket aces there. It's
Wow.
seat 8.
So Maury's luckily going to go bust here. He's raised here with his kings.
Did you say luckily?
Likely's going to go bust.
likely.
Yeah.
That's much better.
He's going to raise to 2,000.
And we do see that his kings are dead. So
Both of his kings were dead.
we can see that.
Yep.
Yeah.
And Mike's going to move over the top all in with the aces in seat 8. And Maury's going to call, obviously.
Yeah, so the only chance Maury has here is to catch 4 cards for a straight here.
Or a club flush.
Right.
His diamond is
Yeah,
dominated.
That's
3, jack 6. Turn is a 10.
River's a queen.
River's a queen. And Maury's going to go out. And
He
Mike
finishes
takes
it.
down a nice big pot again.
So he finished in 9th place, and now we're down to 8 players. Only 3 of the players are getting paid. First place is $50,000.
I know, huh? Bad timing.
That was great timing for those aces there.
So Mike, look at Mike there.
Mike just keeps accumulating those chips.
Waiting for you.
Tried big time.
I was hoping you'd re-raise.
Oh, you're waiting for me. Mike, okay.
And Don here, he's going to move. He's just got jack 7 off suit. Wow. And he's going to take it down. Once again, we're talking about $1,800 in dead money. 3 and 6 blinds, $100 antes.
They have me so conditioned the last 45 minutes.
That's a pretty bad shape.
Well, Mike by far in seat 8 is the chip leader. He's got somewhere around 30,000 chips.
I love my hand.
And Patrick in seat 6, he's got about 15 to 17,000 chips. He looks like he's number 2.
You're supposed to minimum raise.
Yosh is down to 5,000 in
Yeah.
chips. In seat 2. I mean, we haven't seen Shirley over there play a hand. Trisha over there play a hand in seat 4. Patrick is going to raise. He's got ace 9 off suit. And he takes it down.
Everybody rode the broom on you, they couldn't stand it. Everybody rode the broom on you, they couldn't stand it.
It looks like Pocket Jack's there in seat 3.
Yep, it
That's
is.
Z.
And he has, he's in the big blind.
Looks like he's a small blind. Is that right?
Yep.
I think it was the button.
You're right.
Yeah, I
Yep.
think you were
Buttons
thinking the
and-
button was there in seat 2.
And Patrick's brought it in for 2,400 with ace 9.
And
And
Z's-
Z's going to move over the top with
All
pocket
in.
jacks.
Finally got a hand. Count it out. Take this in. See what he's got.
So Patrick's going to have him pull in the bets and see if he's getting the right price on here to call.
My favorite number.
So it's 6,900 more. So the pot was about 5,600 before that re-raise. So now it's about 12,500, 6,900 to call, little under 2 to 1. Again, though, you have the question there, Shirley, of the domination factor.
Yeah, he has to
Yeah.
think, are my 2 cards live? Am I a huge underdog?
Yeah.
Am I dominated?
Now, ace 9 against pocket jacks is a little better off than, say, ace 9 against ace king. He's got the 1 live overcard as opposed to a domination, which he would be more of an underdog.
Where he has 3 live.
And looks like Patrick makes the muck.
I think I had the best hand, Z. That was good betting.
I had the best hand.
I don't think so. I had 7 deuce, but you had 6-3. You know it, Z.
And Patrick lays down the hand there.
Yep.
You just did some good betting, that's all.
Looks like Ken is going to come in here for 1750 out of seat 5.
Guys, please, I ask you guys not to come close to this area, okay? If they happen, don't turn them over.
He's got ace king suited. And Paul is all in there in seat 9 with an ace 3, it looks like. Oh, wow. Jack 3, 9. And Paul's got the ace of diamonds.
Yeah,
And he's flopped
he's
a
in
pair of
great
threes. And Paul's going to take it down there. Paul takes it down with the ace 3.
Now he gets to stay another hour. Wow.
Folks, don't forget, next week, next Wednesday, we're going to have the same thing.
So we're still at $300 to $600 blinds. Antes are $75.
Okay, guys, come steal my blind.
Patrick is in the big blind here. And Patrick is going to raise. He's got king, queen, Looks like he raised to about 2,300. And Mike called there with a suited connector, so the pot's about $5,300. 5-5 king. Patrick's picked up top pair. Again, about a little over $5,000 pot. He bets about $2,000 into it. $22 to be precise. And Mike, I do not believe he's going to call,
No.
and he lays it down.
He lays it down. Patrick wins the
And
pot.
Patrick wins the pot.
Empty up, please.
We gotta try to separate this from the cash game and the tournament.
Yeah, that's a big difference.
Cash game, I'm calling all your I don't even get involved.
This is a game I know how to play. Yeah, I do. Wait, 20.
There's going to be a raise here. Seat 9 with the ace-queen offsuit raises to 2,000.
Just like that, he's back in the game here.
Yep.
Empty up, please.
We still haven't really seen Trish play a hand there in seat 4.
No, we haven't.
Pocket jacks here for Ken Berg in seat 5.
And he just looks
Did he
like
just limp?
calls, yeah.
Wow. Oh, he said raise, so he just
He
put in
only
the initial
put in the
call.
600
Right.
and then he's gonna, yeah. He
Right.
verbally said raise. 4,000 more. Now he has been playing pretty passively, but that would have been ultimate like passive play there.
Empty up, please.
Ken Berg there has got a queen 10. He's going to limp. And we're going to see a flop limped around.
Four-way action.
Pot's probably right around $3,300 in there with the antes. Queen 6-9. Ken's got top pair here in seat 5.
Patrick has the open end straight draw. Ken's betting out.
He's going to bet about half the size of the pot, bringing the pot size to probably right around 5,000.
Looks like $1,600 bet.
Yep. Patrick makes his call. Pot's going to be about 6,500.
He's
He is
making
going to
that
make
call.
the call. Well, it was, a little bit of a weak bet there by Ken.
Patrick's not getting the right price on it. Guess he's
It
feeling
depends
lucky.
we've actually seen Ken check a lot of turns here, even with top pair. And look at that. The turn is a 5. Patrick's hit the straight.
He sure does.
And look at Ken. He's going to bet 2,000. And again, Shirley, that's only about a third of the size of the pot. So the pot is now 8,000. Only 2,000 for Patrick to call. And Patrick has got a straight. And Patrick has moved all in over the top. So before the re-raise, it would bring the pot to 10,000. Ken Berg has got about 6,500 in front of him. So the pot would be about 16,500. 6,500 for Ken Berg to call.
If he does call this, he's drawing dead.
He's drawing totally dead.
Now, Patrick wasn't getting the right price on the flop. He would have. Ben. If what?
The big blind, Patrick. Patrick is big blind. Big blind.
Oh, you're big blind, Patrick. Don't throw it away.
If not,
Patrick is in the big blind here.
You get a big blind.
Seat 6.
Well, I see what you're saying, so it doesn't look okay. Well, you can go check. I had nothing.
And the mom is going to mock to Patrick.
What?
Wow, look at that. I think she moved all in there. She must have. With 7-3 off suit.
Yeah.
That's a Patrick hand, huh? 3-7.
Ante up, please.
What are you going to do?
Ante. The big blind, Patrick.
I got it there. I just got to go for it. Coffee's got ace.
Patrick is big blind.
Five cards. Yep. I don't think I got it.
Big blind.
Oh, you're big blind, Patrick. Don't throw it away.
if not,
Patrick is in the big blind here.
You get a big blind.
Seat 6.
Well, I see what you're saying, so it doesn't look okay. Well, you can go check. I had nothing.
And the mom is going to mock to Patrick there in seat 6.
Ante up, please.
So what was that?
I'm saying that I have a hand, play my hand. 'Cause it looks like I'm not going
Ante
to
up,
for you.
please.
Oh, believe me, you're playing your hand.
Yeah. Believe me, I want to win.
Yeah.
you understand how it works. It was
No,
a
I
very,
know.
very small amount of money to raise. And anyone else he would have called.
Everybody knows me and Mike. They
Small
know
blind,
we just play our
please.
hands. Yeah.
I'm small blind.
You're small blind.
300.
400.
Okay. Small blind 400, big blind 800.
Grade 20.
Okay, mom's making a move there.
She's going to raise.
Thank you, everyone.
And she showed King Jack.
And Mike asked, what did she show? That's quite the... Nothing like playing your mom in poker for 50 grand. My goodness. This is no home game. Well, I mean, we've only seen her play a couple of hands. I guess she's played like a survivalist form. I mean, I guess that works to a point. A lot of times, when I was first starting to play No Limit Hold'em tournaments, I used to play super, super tight. And then I realized that eventually you're just going to get blinded off.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got to get lucky a couple times when you're on the short chip when you move all in. And
Right. In tournaments, your style has to be more aggressive than it is in live play. In
Oh,
live play, you
absolutely.
can afford to sit there and wait
Yeah.
for hands.
Said winner takes all when we first started. We always are able to make
Well, they changed it to 17 people.
Okay, Patrick has Queen 10 here, and we can almost guarantee a raise.
well, the mom,
Mom's going to raise first. And we
she's
see
got
that she
ace 7
has,
offsuit.
ace 7.
And that looks to be the best hand. Patrick has got Queen 10 on the
So that
button.
might slow him down a little bit. We might not
Well,
not play the hand.
Well, again, this is kind of a classic style that a lot of tight players play in online, say, sit-and-go tournaments where you play so extremely tight in the early rounds that now your image is allowing you to raise and steal a lot. Now, she has the best hand there.
Yes, she does.
But Patrick, you know, I think
Patrick
he
would
almost
have
makes
called
that
with
call
other
with anyone
people,
else
yeah.
with Queen 10,
Not
you
in
know?
that situation, yeah.
Yeah. So it's interesting to see. Again, 400 and 800 blinds, $150 antes. 5 people left in this tournament.
Make the rules as we go at the back. Last week it was okay to chop it. This week it's not okay. It's not right. You guys can't do it one week and then the next week say we can.
Your turn, Mr. Petrie.
I don't care what you say, it's not right. You guys make rules as we go. When I sat down, it was winner take all. Then after we started, you said 3 places.
Ace Jack suited here for Mike there, and he brings it, or excuse me, for Patrick, and he brings it in for a raise. And Z's got the same hand. Ace Jack suited against Ace Jack.
Now, last week we saw Kenna in here, and they were saying, he said, usually if the same hand, it's the person with the position that normally wins it. So we'll see how it goes.
Patrick made it 2,000 to go. And look at this. He's going to move all in, and Patrick instantly calls.
And
So-
Patrick's just a slight
favorite,
Yeah,
right.
real slight.
Well, as they say, Z has
draw here.
2 flush draws, and Patrick only has
Well,
1.
yeah, okay, it's a chop pot here.
Now it's going to be chopped.
Yeah.
Yeah. 3 of hearts. River's a 7. Chop it up.
Yeah, I think Phil Hellmuth is the one that incorrectly made that argument.
Incorrect. What he actually thought that.
He had two flush draws. I'm almost certain that it was Phil Hellmuth. I remember a discussion on a forum a while ago. So, I mean, it was years ago.
So Patrick there, he's still the chip leader with somewhere around 30,000 in chips. So now that we're 5-handed, Shirley, you know, we oftentimes will see, especially in our restricted buy-in, no-limit games, people coming in with ace-rack. And I think it's because of having to do with television coverage. But now in this case, in a tournament with 5-handed...
It's a lot stronger.
Absolutely. As we see Patrick come in for a raise, he's got ace-6 suited. And he's raised it up to 2750. And he's going to take it down. And again, we are here doing our first episode for the Poker Channel, live at the bike.
We have Ace King for Z.
And Z is on the button. And he's going to raise. He's going to make it 4,000 to go.
He's going to pick up the pot there.
And Shirley, we are at the conclusion of our $5,000 no-limit hold'em.
Conclusion, I don't know, Bart.
Freeze out.
He still might have a couple hours here.
It was a $5,000 buy-in, and the total prize pool was $85,000. $50,000 for first. Second is $25,000, and third is $10,000.
Actually, they let you go back one time to your scouting. You went one time.
Oh, really? After they say raise?
Yeah.
400, 800 blinds. $75 antes.
Gets to go back one time.
Got 8 minutes left in the level. We're going to see three-way action. It looked like it was limped around here. So we're looking at about a $2,000 pot. Ace-5-7. Z there, he's got a weak ace in seat 3. In position. You would think that he's probably going to bet here.
Is he's in last position there, Bart? I didn't see it. Okay, so he is in last position.
And boy, he's going to push.
Yes, he is. $5,000 bet. Patrick already laid down his second pair, and now it's up to Pat. Wait. Pat laid down no pair, and it's up to Mike with his second pair.
And Mike
and
is
he
going to
lays down.
Wow. Surprised to see Mike sometimes will bet into a board like that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Z calls there. This is suited connector, 9-10. It's up to Patrick on the button here with King Jack offsuit.
And Mike has got a ragged ace there in seat 8 with ace-7 offsuit.
So Patrick's going to call.
Actually, he's going to raise it, looks like.
Okay, he said raise. He threw in his 800 for a call, and now he's debating what his raise is going to be.
Boy, look at that stack of
That
chips.
is a huge
Unbelievable.
raise. Now Mike has to decide to play.
That's going to be at least
decide whether he wants
5,000.
to play a weak ace here.
It's going to be at least 5,000, I would think. Again, cash money. Those are white chips.
Yeah, that's definitely more than 5,000.
There's 2,000 right there. That's the first stack.
Uh-huh. We're looking at like 3.5 stacks.
Well, that's 4,000. 6, 8, almost 8,000. My goodness.
Well, including that 800 he called, it is
Yeah.
over 8,000. But it's 675, 78 more.
And
Nice
he's going
strong
to take
move
it
there.
down. So 400, 800 blinds, $100 antes, $150 antes. So we see 6 purple chips from each player. Z is in the big blind there in seat 3. And we haven't seen, and pretty common to this tournament, Shirley. We haven't seen a lot of flops.
That's right.
But Patrick's been using his position in his chip stack to bully a lot of people around now.
He's been doing a good job at that.
And look at this. Mike is going to come in for a raise. He has 8-4 offsuit. He's raised to 3,000. 6-8 offsuit, excuse me. And he's going to take it down. Well, 6-8, I guess, is a little bit better than 8-4, right?
Yeah.
Still trying to steal the blinds and the antes.
Hey, Patrick here has ace-7, so imagine he'll come in for a raise.
Well, you would think so.
Yeah.
Again, that's a pretty big hand, though. Five-handed,
Five-handed.
obviously.
Mhm.
And the action is on him. I believe that he is under the gun. He is under the gun.
And he's just...
Yep. And he's going to raise it here with the ace-7. Now, Mike...
He's making a bold call here with 9-8 suited.
Yeah, he's called with the suited connector. It looks like Mike is cold called for 27. And Mike has position there.
Mm-hmm.
So if these two go heads up, the pot's going to be somewhere around... right around a little under 6,000. We'll call it 6,000. Nice round number. We're heads up ace-7 against ace-9,
And
8-9 suited.
They're both the chip leaders.
Yeah, so here we go. Ace-3-7. Patrick has flopped top two pairs. And he's going to lead. Boy, grab the white stack and shove it in there. And he takes it down.
We are going to be moving up next hand to levels. After this hand, the antes will be $205 and $1,000 blinds after this.
Patrick there in the big blind. He's got a jack deuce offsuit. And Z looks like he just chooses to limp in from the button with queen 9. Wow. Options on Patrick. And he's thinking, what is this guy limping in with? Is he trapping with me a big hand? Will he be able to release if I raise? No, he's going to check it. And we're heads up. But a $2,000 pot to the flop. King 9-3, couple of hearts. Z's picked up second pair. Look at this, he checks it. Wow. I believe it went check, check.
Yes, it did.
Boy, that's very, very conservative play. Heads up on a short-handed, no-limit hold'em table. Well, a 5 comes on the turn now. I believe that Patrick checked again. And now Z is going to... Now Z's going to bet. So maybe Z was trying to play a little bit of a trapping game there. Trying to get Patrick to bet there on the turn. And we are at the end of this level. And we're going to race off the purple chips. And surely, of course, when you watch tournaments, you don't get to see the race-off very often. The race-off is coloring up. Of course, everyone gets the purples equal to the amount of whites that they can change it up for, and then the extra purples are put in front of each player, and the high card gets the extra purples. After that, we're going to take a short 5-minute break.
آره گفتن اکسترا میریم به خاطر اینکه برای نشون بدیم که نتیجه چی میشه. الان پاتریک چیپ لیدره، مایک سکند چیپ لیدره، بعد زی ثرد چیپ لیدره، بعد پال، بعد پاتریک آره یعنی میگم زمینه میگیره. چهار دقیقه دیگه نشون خواهد.
I know how to do it, but is the same as tournament?
فکر میکنم 3 رو. آره.
There you go. Queen.
This one. Ashim called said, what happened? This break? I mean, finish?
No. It stopped in the middle because we went so long, but it's going.
It's going. Okay.
One chip.
One chip for there.
I gotta wake up with a hand here. This guy just keeps raising. Jesus, I know.
Okay, I got.
And I can't wake up with a hand. Suck it. Yeah, look down at it. It's garbage. Yeah. Yeah. 16,000. It's probably got 30,000.
It's gonna be.
It's all right. He doubles something else.
Then it's gonna be. No, not right now. They're gonna talk. But they're gonna move it.
That would be good. I'd love to play her. I love my chances against her. Because I know her. So the root for us had 900. I said that would be funny.
Wouldn't that be good? I know.
Okay.
Oh, he is? He's tired?
Just get him in touch.
But they don't play.
No, I'll do the first stat and you just multiply it by
Double one of those. 4 players? 3 or 4 players?
So that's
Yeah,
1,000 each stack, right?
just put like
5,000 each stack.
That was close. Remember when I thought?
So we have 4,549.
Some play, men
Yes.
we understand
Then you want to
that
times it by
hold on. Pardon. Is there 6 120 is going? Or another game Wednesday?
Did I win a chip?
You won a chip.
So let's just say that's 10, 20, 30.
How much is this stack? 6,000?
9, so that's
If you guys want, I can make it easy.
3,000.
I can make it easy. Make it one step.
No, we don't want to mess up your
three
chips.
step.
I didn't
Why
want
not? It's better in the tournament.
I don't want to do anything.
This is the best one.
Yeah,
This is the way you got it. That's the
Just
way.
so he knows what he got from his purples.
That's the way you have to have it.
Why don't you count ours and then you can just add his, that's it. Subtract it from 85.
That's 8,200.
How much is that?
Just count
Add
out.
up their other 4 and we subtract.
I got 13.4. He's got 82.
16.1.
16.1. And Trish, what do you have? 6,
Yuri's already
7, 82.
recorded.
And Trish is 82.
Yuri's recorded already. He recorded.
And that'll tell you exactly how much he's got.
Say it again. 16.2 and 82 is 24.4. 13.4.
Yeah.
37.8. How much?
And 8.
At 82.
45.
He's got half of the chips.
More than that.
Oh, he's got 40.
Oh, yeah, well, there's 85. No, 75,000. He's got 35,000.
Oh,
85. He's got 45.
Well, that's the same amount, 82. Paul, you and I have the same amount.
Frank Flyers by
This Yahoo's got 45 grand.
Unbelievable.
All he has to do is double a couple of us up. He's got to get a hand, and he'll double you up. I just can't get a hand.
One in at ace king.
I know.
Nine,
I almost called it
seven's
one
out there, and I didn't. And he had ace jack.
But I'm not going to risk it.
okay, let's go. Line him up.
Wake up with a hand here.
He's got 39.1.
He's got 39-1.
39.1.
16. That's 55. And then 13, 8, and 8. It's 20. No, it's 20. 85. All right, let's do it. 5 minutes, man. Line this Yahoo off.
Come on, let's go. Gonna smoke another cigarette.
Side bet who doubles up first off that.
Can we use these chips as five bet?
I'll side bet you. Who's gonna chip and close it?
Who's going to what?
Chip it closer.
And we're back.
Put it in.
You owe me that one.
And we're just about ready to get going here. I think we're waiting on Patrick. And we've got a chip count here. Patrick in seat 6, he is by far the biggest chip leader. He's got 39,100. Mike in seat 8 has 16,000. Z in seat 3 has 13,000. Trish in seat 4 has 8,000. And seat 9, Paul, he has 8,000. Trish and Paul actually have about the same amount of chips. And we're still waiting on Patrick in seat 6. And here we go. $501,000 blind.
How are you?
The antes on this level are $200. So surely we've got $2,500 in dead money.
Mm-hmm. And blinds and annies there.
And Mike is immediately, it looks like, going to come in for a raise. Out of seat 8. Can't quite tell.
Thank you, I need it.
And actually, it looked like a raise there, Shirley. They haven't even dealt the cards out. All the money looks like everyone was betting, but he's in the, looks like the big blind there. Yeah, and it's a big blind in all those antes. Boy, there's a lot of money there in that pot. $2,500 in dead money. And Z is going to come in for a raise out of seat 3. He's got king, queen suited, and I believe he's made it 4,000 to go. and Mike Mux. As again, we've said we've colored up here, so we don't have any more purple chips on the table.
Good raise on these parts. Write it down. Write it down.
And Mo's just sitting at the table observing the action here.
Mo, the No Limit host here.
He's in seat 1. But
Unfortunately,
he's
we
not
didn't
playing.
really get to see him at all on the featured table. He got busted out beforehand.
He was on the other table, right?
Pocket 9s for Patrick, it looks like, in seat 6. That's a monster hand, 5-handed. He's on the button. And he's going to raise.
I said I raised, I came back one time.
I don't think that was a legal raise, Shirley. I was going to say the same thing.
One stack is a raise.
That is not.
The one stack is a
One time.
He's requesting a floorman. I think that we'll probably get a floorman over here to make a decision.
It looked like Patrick raised. He said raise. He put one stack out, came back and put another stack out,
Yeah,
which would be a
he's-
string raise.
Right. He has to verbally declare his raise, or he has to push in one motion.
He said I raised, and he put one stack.
I went like this. Paul, I said I raised, and I came back and went another step.
So that's exactly what a string raise
That is
is.
a string raise. Yes, he's arguing the same thing as
Yeah.
Paul is. He just doesn't know he's wrong in the matter.
You say raise. Okay. You put one stack, come back, and put one stack.
He announced raise.
He said a raise.
And he came out, he said raise. Put one
Yeah, announced
stack
it.
out there, came back, he threw his hand away and stuck another stack.
He announced it before.
Was it continuously raised or?
He said raise, he put it. Put it here, and he put it here. But
That's
we got
it.
it raise.
Went back one time. That's
But
it.
he said raise.
That's right.
He said raise.
Many times.
Well, I get the floorman Faradon is ruling that it wasn't a string raise. I don't quite understand. It didn't look like Paul had a hand to call with
Paul did
anyways.
not have
but
a hand to
you know,
call.
it's funny because if Paul had won that argument, Patrick's the type of person that might go steaming because of that, just because of that.
Yes, and
you know,
in
he's got a
tournaments,
short
that is
fuse.
a raise. I mean, the one stack was it.
Yeah,
That
I
was
don't. Well,
This is kind of borderline tournament live action. So.
yeah. It's like sometimes you disagree with the judge's ruling there. Sometimes
I
we'll
disagree.
disagree
I
with the
disagree with
floorman's
anyone.
ruling.
Yeah.
And it looks like Z is in the big blind there in seat 3. Well, here comes the mom.
We don't know what she has, but her son has. She has ace jack. Her son has hugely dominated there. In
Yeah.
seat 8, that's Mike.
Mike's got ace queen. She's
And
raised
mom
to
has
ace
ace
jack.
jack.
2,200, I believe.
Oh.
Oh, and excuse me, Paul's
It
got
was
the
Paul,
ace queen.
not
yeah.
the son.
Yeah.
I apologize.
Paul's got the ace queen. So he's dominated Trish there.
Dominating her, right.
And I think she's probably going to have to make this call. I mean, it's 5-handed, Shirley. She's got ace jack. She doesn't have that many more chips left. It was a $2,200 raise. Paul went over the top all in. And I think it was only from... he's raised maybe only 4,400 more. That's all he had left. So you think that she's definitely probably going to call here.
You mean because it's not going to knock her out?
Well, I guess it
getting
doesn't
2 to
matter
1.
at that
She's
spot,
calling.
but she's got good, she's got good odds, and she is dominated, and she's in big trouble. She's going to need to see some spades, a couple of jacks, some sort of straight combination. Ace jack against ace queen. Here we go to the flop. Queen, deuce, 10. King would be good. Another queen comes. A king would still be good. Oh, and it's a 9. And Trish is out.
No.
Oh, excuse me. She's got a couple $100
A few
left.
chips there,
So
but
she's
Paul
only
doubles
got
out.
room for maybe one more hand. And Paul doubles through.
She has 1,000. What is her? Is she in the blind this hand? That's the question. She's in the blind.
And she is actually the big blind this hand, which means
She's all in.
Yeah, she's pretty much all in with the ante. She's got 1,000 left. The big blind is $1,000. So.
And her ante's 100. So.
Actually, the ante is 200 right now.
200. So it looks like she's probably.
She's going to be all in for
800.
less. Yeah, all in for less on the big blind.
Bad situation. Hold that.
And Mike is giving her some poker lessons. Interesting over there in seat 8. Queen Jack suited there for seat 3. That's Z. Paul is on the button here.
Again, it's folded to Z. He's going to complete it here. It'll be heads up. Queen Jack versus
She's got King Deuce. Queen Jack against King Deuce.
She does have the best hand at the moment. We'll see if it holds up.
Here we go. 6-6-10. King Deuce is still good. A 7 comes on the turn. Oh, the river's a jack, and Z has busted Trish. And we're down to 4. And then when they were 4.
So one more person that's going to get unlucky and not make any money. Third place will get $10,000. Second place will get $25,000, and first is going to win $50,000.
And Patrick in seat 6. Again, with a pretty big chip lead.
Yes.
Try to keep that updated. Although Paul has double through a couple of times there now.
He's doing well.
Excuse me, turn those over. They flashed over to Z. Turn them over. They flashed over to Z. Thank you.
Button freeze.
So again, Shirley, Patrick has got a history with a short fuse. Some of the things that can happen that can move him on tilt. And again, he's like Mike. He has a gambling style. Dave Tuckman was actually telling me a story a couple days ago about how he observed him in a no-limit tournament. Our tournament director, Denny, of course, everyone live at the bike knows Denny, told Patrick to turn down his headphones. They were too loud. The person next to him was a little bothered. So he threw his headphones down and he said, F it, all in, a couple of times. Boom.
Well, if he said F it, he got a 10-minute penalty on top of it. If he didn't go busted, he got a 10-minute penalty.
He's picked up Ace King and he's raised.
Ace King picks up the pot here.
Yep. The point of the story is that he has a short fuse.
Yeah, which goes back to what you were saying. Had that raise stood, he might have tilted.
Absolutely. The string raise?
Yeah. And we still insist it was a string raise. Is
that
right, Barton?
I think that Paul was going for the right type of strategy there. I mean, if you can get him off of his game. I mean, we see people like Mike Manisow and some other people, Tony G, act all Bobby Beland now, I guess, as people have seen the ESPN Circuit Championship. They act all cocky and, I guess, offensive to get people off of their game. So why not do it to Patrick? It's not, it's a mind game, poker. Mike is going to raise here, 2,000. He's got Queen 8 offsuit.
Paul's in the big blind, but he doesn't have much of a hand there.
Mike is going to take it down. There's $85,000 in cash on this table. $50,000 for first prize, $25,000 for second, $10,000 for third. And it's funny, Mike was saying again in the pre-interview, he's really only been playing poker for 9 months, doesn't have a lot of tournament experience at all. It would be really something to see him win. He's picked up Ace King there, it looks like, on the button. Or is that excuse me, that is Paul. Paul has got the Ace King in the small blind.
And Patrick's going to raise here with his Queen 9. We'll see what Paul does.
He's going to raise to 2,500. Mike quickly mocks him. Let's see if Paul comes over the top here.
I would imagine that would be his move. He said all in.
He's going to move all in. all your chips. And Z has mucked, and it's back to Patrick. And he only has a lowly queen 9 offsuit.
And they'll pull in the original bets, and we'll see what Mike has left. Looks like it's quite a big. Looks like a big raise.
Pot is probably somewhere around 15 to 17,000, and another 12,000 for Paul to call. Excuse me, for Patrick to call. We're actually getting the specific amount. It's a re-raise to 10,500 more.
10,000 more.
So it's about, I'm going to say, like I said, it was about a $15,000 pot. 10,000 more to call, and Patrick lays it down. And there's a tournament player,
Paramount
Gill, giving Paul some lessons. You know, Paramount Gill, he's one of the best mid-level tournament players here in California. I mean, he just thrives on the $100 to $500 buy-in games. He'll play in every single event.
He's very successful.
All over LA. Every single one. He plays in some mixed, you know, mid-level cash games, anywhere from a 20-40 up to a 81-60. Mike is raised here. He's got King 10 suited, and look at Paul. He's got an Ace 4 offsuit. Wow, he's going to lay it down. And Z has got Ace 3. Again, those are pretty big hands, 5-handed. Kicker is not that good. No, Z's going to lay it down, and it's back to Patrick with a Queen 9 suited. And boy, he really might call here. And it looks like he is going to call, surely. We got the makings of a gigantic pot, one of the biggest ones tonight. Here we go.
That was a big call. That was 3,000 more for him to call.
Yeah, it's about 6,000 or 7,000 in that main pot now.
I think it was $4,000 each, Bart.
So it's it was $4,000 each. It's 8,000. 3-7-6. No one's picked up anything here. King 10 against Queen 9. Patrick is checked. And actually, Patrick, maybe he moved all in. I thought he said check, but he went like, motioned his hand. And
he did.
I guess he did move all in, yeah.
Mike folded.
There's our tournament host there, Donna.
She's like I am. She feels uncomfortable in front of the camera.
It looks like it's Patrick.
It's just a small blind against a big
Mike.
blind.
Patrick's got a Queen 4 of clubs. And Mike has got King Deuce, and he's raised all in. He's kind of on the short stack now.
Figures King High's best.
And Patrick mucks. And Mike takes it down. Again, you can see some of the differences. Again, this is kind of one of the only times where this show is similar to other television shows that feature poker. Some of these players are not necessarily accustomed to playing for these stakes, short-handed in a no-limit tournament. And you'll see some very, very aggressive players like a Gus Hansen make some big-time raises with nothing in these spots, make some re-raises with ace-3, ace-4. People have played pretty conservatively tonight. There's a $7,000 raise there by Z in seat 3. He's got ace-jack offsuit, and he's going to take everything down. We've got about 13 minutes left of this level. Again, the blinds are $600, $1,200, $200 antes. Excuse me, $5,000 and $1,000, $200 antes. I skipped a level. The next level will be $600, $1,200 with $200 antes. Patrick's got a queen 10 offsuit. He's going to raise out of seat 6.
Yes.
Looks like he's made it
3,000. And even if they think Patrick's making a move, they don't have anything. They have 9-4.
Well, I got to tell you, this is a great style for Patrick to have. I mean, the only person that can counter this style is Mike in seat 8. Mike is to his left, meaning that whenever he brings in the raise, Mike's going to have a better hand to re-raise. And because he's on the short stack, Patrick's probably going to call him. Everyone else has just kind of moved into a shell. Patrick can continue to raise, steal the ante, steal the blinds. It's just, this fits exactly into his style, and someone better start playing some more hands, or he's just going to steal everything.
Back at him, right?
Yeah.
Well, we have seen Paul take a couple stands against him.
Well, we saw him muck the ace-4. Now, I'm not saying muck ace-4 is golden, but Z is completed here in the small blind, and Patrick is checked. 7-10 against 5-6. Jack-9 deuce all diamonds. It goes check, check. The turn is another 9. And it looks like Z has checked again. And now Patrick is going to bet. And he's going to take it down with the worst hand once again.
Z's 10 high was good in that spot.
Yep. We can kind of see a little bit of a crowd gathering around this table.
They could go home and watch it on the internet.
Yes, they could.
They could see all the hole cards. A lot more exciting than watching it from the rail.
I think some certain types of people thrive on the rail. Patrick has completed out of the small blind, and Mike checks with the deuce-9, and we're heads up. 7-4 against deuce-9 of hearts. Ooh. Oh, look at that. Patrick flops a full house right off the bat. And he's checked. Mike checks behind him. He checks again, and the river is an 8. And now he's going to bet. I thought actually he might check one more time there on the river. Now, obviously, I'm not a huge proponent of slow playing, and you got to put money in there at some point. But Mike is a pretty aggressive player to his left.
Saying if you check the third time, you might make a move for that pot.
Possibly. I mean, that's a super, super slow play when you flop pretty much the goods.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, if you you've noticed that Mike's become a little bit less aggressive since he's lost some of his chips.
Yep. And Patrick has picked up a nice hand again here on the button. He's got ace-queen offsuit. And we'd imagine he's going to grab it by his right hand and shove it in there, and he does. And Paul's got a 10-7 offsuit. And if this is the time where he thinks he's going to take a stand, remember, I believe he came over the top one time before and Patrick mucked. But if he chooses it now, he's in big trouble because I'm sure Patrick, this is going to be an instant call. Patrick's made it 1,900, it looks like, to go.
19 more.
Or 19
Yeah,
more.
so, you're right, though. Paul actually did look like he was considering right there to make a move.
Manny, please.
Rudy, no more anything loose, okay? Or 3. Shit, give me a pair of deuces on the wall, and I'm fine with that.
What do you think about if I was Patrick, maybe showing down some good hands, turning over some good hands?
No.
Maybe allowing me to steal later? No?
I think he's got them all exactly where he wants them.
Well, I would have loved to have seen some of these high limit.
Patrick has another big hand.
Oh, my goodness. He's picked up ace-king suited. This is unbelievable. Big slick suited, and here we go again. And look at this. Mike's going to come over the top all in. And Mike, we can't quite see what he's got there in seat 8.
And we don't. I'm really curious to know.
And he's got 8-6 offsuit, so he's
Not
trying to
a great time.
Well, he knew that, but I mean, Patrick was pot committed anyways. I don't understand that move. Turn is a
He has
5,
a straight draw.
and the river is a 10.
And Mike was saying yes, thinking that he had the straight, I think, but he does not have a hand.
I think
Patrick
part of the
wins.
reason why everyone was playing so tight was because we're paying at 3 spots, Shirley,
That's
and it's
right.
kind of like a thing where one of the, in an internet tournament, it means $10,000 in real money. People are trying to hold on, and if you're the chip leader like Patrick, you just can run over everyone.
Uh-huh.
And the mother and son duo, who were both in the top 5, both walk away with nothing.
That's sad, yeah. 5th and 4th.
And, I mean, Patrick has got such an incredible position here in terms of chips. I can't see how he couldn't come away with this one. I mean, it's incredible. I mean, we'll try to get... There's 85,000 in total chips on the table. So, I mean, even if we can just figure out what Z's chip stack is and what Paul's chip stack is, we can just
figure out Patrick's.
know that Patrick's is the difference.
Patrick has the rest.
Yeah.
Okay, Z has ace-10 here.
Z's got an ace-10
Okay,
here.
so it looks like Paul has 12,000, and it looked like Z had about 10 because he has a little bit money in it, chips in his hand.
So
that's 22,000.
Yeah, so he's got over 63,000.
63,000.
Yeah. And it looks like Z might have gone, I couldn't quite tell. Did he go all in? Look at this. Patrick's flopped two pairs. And Z's got the ace-10. This is incredible stuff. The turn is a 10. And the full house, 7's full of 10s, takes it down.
That's what we're talking about.
And Paul's
That
got to
was
be
wild.
excited.
Z played well.
Yeah, Paul's got to be excited because he goes up in chips.
And they're going to continue the heads-up play here.
Yep. It's 50,000 for first place. Second place is 25,000.
They're going to take a quick break
they're
to
gonna take a
probably
quick
decide whether they're going
break.
to make a deal or not and come back and they'll...
Oh, I stopped the clock. Yeah, you stopped it, right?
There's usually talk about deals. That doesn't mean that they will make it, but...
Because I mean, Mo had structured this. Mo structured this so that it's first, second, and third, so that there really wouldn't be a deal like this. So I don't really imagine what
well,
they're
who
talking
knows? They'll
about.
come back and say no, I can't do it or whatever.
Yeah.
So that was pretty exciting. I mean,
Was it?
I hate to say it, I mean, Patrick has played a little reckless at times, but he's deserved this. He's played more aggressively than any other player on this table.
Now that Paul, I'm just thinking about possibilities. Paul has got about 12,000 in front of him, which means that Patrick has
a lot,
about
70.
73,000. So he's got him out chipped, almost. 6 to 1, more than 6 to 1. He's got him out chipped more than 6 to 1. So, as we get a shot there of Mike and the mom, $50,000 guaranteed for first prize. Second prize is $25,000.
That's a real drag that they made it down, the final 5, and both of them got knocked out of the money.
Yep.
Look at Patrick's chips right there.
Wow. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. How you doing there, Shirley?
I'm doing good. As I point to the camera.
So
Hey.
it's been quite a night.
Yeah, it has.
You know, again, we don't do this type of show normally. If you stick around, for all of you that are watching the webcast tomorrow, we're going to be doing 10-20 no limit, I believe.
10-20
and then
blinds.
on Friday, I believe we're doing 25-50 no limit.
Ooh, that's
so
a really
it's going
big
to be
game.
quite a spectacle of cash games coming up over the next few weeks. And again, we want to welcome all of you that are watching us for the first time on the Poker Channel. This has been quite the display tonight.
It's a little unfortunate that we had the big names, or the names that people know. Gabe Kaplan and Jerry Buss get knocked out so fast.
Yeah, I know. And then, Mo got knocked out. Ken Berg, I'm always a fan of the
Kookaroo Chicken
Berg.
guy.
Yeah, I'm always his fan. He got knocked out. Of course, another high-stakes pro.
Barry. We had Barry and Barry. We had two.
Right, but Don Zevin got knocked out.
And Yosh. Can't forget about Yosh.
And Yosh got knocked out, too, of course. Yosh was playing really well in the beginning. He just...
He got unfortunate on a couple hands.
Well, I mean, the number one hand he had with ace-king made a big raise in early position. Mike the Gambler called with a 9-10 offsuit from the big blind. Flop comes king 10-9. That's just unlucky. I mean, there's nothing you can really do about that. Give credit for Mike playing the hand, though. He bet right out.
Mm-hmm.
And Yosh decided to commit, put them all in.
There's a scan of our new high-limit section.
25 and he offered me 5,000. Why would I take 5?
What? You better play with it.
Just depends. I'm happy with it.
Okay.
5,000?
Yeah.
Like
You guys are playing for 25,000, right?
no, first is second is 25,000 and first is 50,000.
So you're playing for 25,000. You guys are chipped like 5 to 1, right?
They should be back any moment.
And we're back.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that.
I think Paul's back. We're just waiting for Patrick.
Yep.
You have to give me some.
And we're going to decide what they're going to do.
They are not cutting a deal.
Is that what they just said?
Yeah, I don't.
I don't see why Patrick would make a deal anyways. I mean, he
No.
has him. Huge chip lead.
No. Well, especially since second place is given $25,000.
Mhm.
So he's got him 6 to 1. Why would you give him any more than that? I just I wouldn't. Well, I wouldn't quite see it.
Would you take 5,000 more? It's 25, I'm guaranteed. He's
So,
offering me 25.
again, I mean, it was kind of a wild night. It started off pretty conservatively in the first couple of hours, and then it's kind of turned
As soon as we
into.
put Patrick on the table, it
Well,
started
again,
going crazy.
you got to give credit, to Patrick, or at least his style. I
Mhm.
mean, loose, aggressive, especially with a bunch of people clamoring up for third
Playing
prize.
so tight, yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, he took real advantage of the situation, and now he's positioned himself to almost guaranteed 50,000 for first
50,000,
place.
right.
I mean, you've really got to think that I'd be shocked if he didn't win the first prize.
Yeah, I would say so.
No, it really would be. Now, of course, we've seen on the show before, a couple of weeks back, Jay and another gentleman in a similar shootout. I think it was a $2,000 shootout. Jay was out-chipped 90 to 10 going in heads up, and he ended up winning.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So,
Well,
just
Paul
because you're the
probably
chip
could do
leader
this. Yeah, I
doesn't
mean,
necessarily know.
Paul plays
Well, Paul's going to have to
been playing
change his
well.
style up a little bit, though. I mean,
Yeah.
he has been playing a little bit tight. But I think we are going to go back to the table now.
Yeah.
There we go.
There we go. First hand here. And, whoa, they're not messing around. Patrick
Yeah.
said, I'm all in. He has pocket jacks there.
Yep. And Paul has
Wouldn't
got
that be something if it's
King
the first
8.
hand? If Paul thinks he's messing around, nope, he didn't call with King High there.
Yep. I have a feeling that this actually is not going to... If this goes past 10 hands, I would be really, really surprised. I think believe we're still at 500, 1,000 with 200 antes. I think we've
yeah,
only
I
got
think
a
we're
couple
only
more
like
minutes.
2 more minutes or something.
3 more
Mhm.
minutes.
Okay, we have 8-10 versus 9-3. Patrick has the 8-10. Looks
And,
like Paul's not even going to complete the small blind there. Patrick picks up another
Again,
pot.
this is a time to address a different type of setup when we're heads up. Actually, the button is first to act pre-flop because he's the small blind, and then after the flop, the button, of course, is in position. So in this unique case...
He has the best of both worlds. He can come in raising, and he has position
Right.
throughout the hand.
A lot
the
of
rest
people
the hand.
will almost always raise their button, especially like in heads-up matchups, because you've got position and you're the first one in for a raise.
Yes.
So it's it's an interesting spot. So Patrick is going to complete the small blind. He's on the button. He's got 6-7 off suit. Let's see how aggressive he really is here. And Paul's got 10-5. I was going to say, I don't necessarily like to complete a lot, especially if I'm in the big chip stack. And he raises, and I like that move. I mean, if you're going to complete on the big stack, why not raise? And he takes it down.
Patrick
Ace
has another
Jack.
hand.
Wow, he's got Ace Jack. And first to act here, again, in position, is
Paul.
And he's going to complete. And you better think that Patrick's going to raise, I'm sure. And he's going to move all in. Boy, and Paul must feel like he's just getting run over here.
Yes.
Yep. And Paul is down to about 9,000 now.
And Patrick still doesn't show the hands. I like that.
And actually, you know, scribbling down here on the side, we've played 4 hands heads up. Patrick has won 4 of them.
4 for
Paul
4.
has won 0.
Yes.
So there you go. 6-7 suited for Patrick. And again, you got to think if he's going to come in, he's going to come in raising. Paul's got a queen 4 offsuit. Is that? Oh, look at this, 7-6 suited. And now Paul's thinking, you know.
Paul's actually laughing there. He's like,
yeah. And he's going to call.
He is calling with the best hand.
Queen 4 is a slight favorite here.
Patrick's been such a
Here we go to the flop.
Guys.
Oh, flop is a queen 7-9.
Patrick hit a 7.
The turn's a 10, an 8 or a 7 would do it. Oh, it's a 5, and Paul doubles through. Oh, here we go.
All right, so you said 10 hands, right? We're at 5. But I think you're right. I think it still might only go 10 hands.
Well, he went up to 8,200, so he's actually only back up to where he started from at the beginning of the heads-up portion.
I think
16,000 to about 16,000 to about 69. I think he's got a little bit more.
Little bit more, but not much. Yeah.
It's more like about 5 more double ups.
Got to tell you though, I mean, Paul. We'll see if he's. Remember, we saw a couple weeks ago Jay come back from. Like I said, he was out chipped 9-1. He came back and he won heads up. Chip in a chair, as they say. This is actually going to be the last hand of this level. Paul is going to make a raise here. Paul has raised. He's got Jack 6 suited. Patrick's got a Queen 5 of diamonds. So Patrick's got a better hand here. And he's going to make the call. Here we go. There's the level buzzer. Deuce 3-7. Check, check here. The turn is an 8. That gives Paul a flush draw. And now Patrick's going to bet. And look at this. Paul immediately comes over the top all in with the flush draw.
And Patrick lays down his hand.
Yep. Well, Paul's going to gain a little more chips. And again, we talked about Patrick having a very, very short fuse. And already you can kind of see he's calling for the people behind to move away.
How much the Annie's? How much the Annie's?
Okay, Annie's are 200, blinds are 6 and 12. 600, 1,200.
You got to think that some of the people in the crowd are pulling for Paul.
Yeah, I would imagine. I'm sure that Patrick's made a few people out there mad at one time or another.
And Paul's picked up a pretty big hand here. He's got King Jack. Patrick is first to act. He's got Deuce 4 of diamonds.
He's just going to call. So it's King Jack versus 4 Deuce.
Well, let's see what Paul does here. A lot of people might move in here. He's just going to check it. So here we go. Deuce 4 against King Jack. Ace 8-8. King Jack is still good here. It goes check, check. Oh, the turn's a 4. That's going to bring Patrick into the lead. And Paul is checked. And Patrick bets. And I don't know, I mean, Paul might be a little bit happy that he's won some chips from the last couple of hands, but if he's going to play the hands like that, I can't see him coming back from that type of deficit. Played it very, very conservatively with the King Jack. He was out of position. What do you think about that, Shirley?
Well, I always like to see cheap flops. Remember, we've discussed this before. However, against Patrick, I mean, you can't really outplay him on the flop because he's just going to use his chips. So you want to get your chips in there pre-flop if you can, I think, with the best hand. Normally, I do like just checking.
Look at this. Paul just completes from the button with King 9. A lot of people would raise in that spot. And we're going to see a flop. King 9 against Deuce 4 or hearts. Queen 7-9. We could see all the money go in here.
We could.
Pat's got a flush draw. Paul's got second pair. Look at this. An ace comes on the turn. And Patrick's got the flush. But Paul, he's got a pair, and he's got the King of Hearts in his hand. He's got the King of Hearts. And Patrick, he's got a flush. So let's see if he check raises here.
Well, Paul put out a bet. It looks like he just put one stack, which would be $2,000. Now it's up to Patrick.
And if Patrick moves all in, you got to think Paul's going to call here with a pair and the nut flush
and the
draw.
Nut flush draw.
Yeah. And what is Patrick doing?
Patrick hasn't really slow played his big hands when he's made those straights earlier, so I would imagine he's probably going to move in.
Well, you've got a flush heads up. You think that's going to be good.
Mm-hmm.
Surprised to see that Paul didn't bet the flop in position with King 9.
Raise.
And he's going to raise. And he's going to move all in. And now Paul's got a decision.
Paul
He's
looked
got
a little shocked there. What am I going to do?
He's got third pair. He can't beat the ace. He can't beat the queen. He's got the second. He's got the nut flush draw.
He does have the nut flush draw.
And there's only one card to come. I mean, obviously the flush draw, gives him additional outs. He can't think that Patrick has a flush. But he's going to have to catch a heart if he makes this call.
Well, you could think Patrick would have anything.
And he's going to call. And here we see the river. Here we go. River's a jack, and that's going to do it. Patrick takes it down, and he's won $50,000. And Paul has won second place.
Wow,
$25,000.
Patrick really looked a little like he was starting to lose it there on the end.
But Peter, can I have some racks? Yeah.
Sure.
You gotta have $50,000. You gotta have interview there. I need some racks here. I'm gonna go small. Yeah, go ahead.
So I believe we're going to try to get Patrick back here to interview. So I am here with the winner, Patrick. Congratulations, Patrick.
Thank you.
A nice win. Obviously it's a lot easier when we see the hole cards, but it seems like I could almost attribute your win there to when it got down to 4 or 5 handed. It seemed like a lot of people were clamoring up, trying to fight for third spot. And boy, you became very, very aggressive. Did a lot of blind stealing and anti-stealing. What do you think about that?
Well, I think that's the game. People are trying to stay and get some money at the end instead of playing their game. And so I try to force their hand to either fold or make a move.
And the last hand that you won on there, you had a made flush. Chose to check raise there and got Paul the call with the King of Hearts. I'm sure you thought your hand was good there on the turn, right?
Actually, I didn't.
You didn't, really?
I thought not only it may not be good, but the reason that I raised all in is to hopefully get him off of a higher heart than what I had.
Uh-huh. And of course, he did have that nut draw.
And he did have it.
Yeah.
It just, the way that today worked out well for me and not so well for Paul.
Well, of course, you came in, I believe it was third place in a high-level tournament the last couple of months ago.
The LA Poker Classic.
LA Poker Classic.
I came in fourth, actually.
Fourth. So how do you attribute yourself? I mean, you beat all these pros over there, and now you've went through some pretty big names here. you feeling more and more confident with your tournament ability?
I think so. I think that I try to play no limit, not limit.
Not
and
limit.
too many people are playing the no limit, even though they're sitting at a no limit table. So.
Well, Patrick, thanks for coming on the show. Again, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And that's going to do it. So, good night, everybody, from Live at the Bike.
It's here. It's big. And it's closer than you think. It's not a tournament. It's what you don't see on TV. The cash is real. The stakes are high. They bet big. They win big. They lose big. High stakes live action poker. Live at the Bike. Watch it live on the web or play it if you dare at the Bicycle Casino right here in Los Angeles.